At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazz Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
360 shot 1 time in the stomach. All right, we had this officer shot 1 time in the stomach.
A Philadelphia police officer rushed to the hospital after being shot during a chaotic scene that unfolded as students at Overbrook High School got out of school. As police were trying to break up the fight, an adult showed up and ended up firing his gun. The bullet hits the ground, ricochets, and ends up going under the officer's bulletproof vest. Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel had strong words about an adult getting involved.
You're the damn adult. You're supposed to know better. You're supposed to be the one who has to come in there to de-escalate, not escalate. So you're a coward anyway.
Tonight, that 26-year-old officer is in critical but stable condition.
Pray for our officer right now.
Wednesday night, and the big story
that,
on Action News.
That was 6ABC's. We just used what 6ABC opened up with yesterday, last night, in fact, after this Philadelphia police officer answering the call there of that brawl that he was called in to try to break up, when one of the grown-ups, a 30-year-old, was in fact the one who fired a shot, and that shot that he fired at the ground ricocheted up into a Philadelphia police officer's stomach. So we have 2 pieces of breaking news, and on one side I will tell you that in fact the good news here this morning, thank God, that the 26-year-old officer who's only been on the job for a little over a year is reported in stable, yes, critical condition, but he is out of the OR. He has gone through surgery, undergone at least 1 surgery, and the latest, they've stabilized his condition. He's up, he's talking. And so the prayers of the city, and I know we've been praying. I was texting back and forth with different friends and a lot of law enforcement, very concerned about him, certainly surrounded by family and by his fellow officers. Dawn Stenzel reporting here live, but the latest that we have this morning is that the individual, the 30-year-old man who we knew was identified by witnesses but not officially identified by police, well, now as Commissioner Bethel has just held a live news conference, he says that yes, we are hearing now from Commissioner Bethel that in fact the 30-year-old accused gunman is charged with, among other things, he's charged with aggravated assault and endangerment because, of course, when he fired that shot, and I have to say allegedly, but a shot was fired into the ground, ricocheted up, and struck the officer in the stomach. So thank God our Philadelphia police officer who had been rushed to Penn Presbyterian Hospital is hospitalized still, but out of the operating room, and thankfully he has awakened. He is able to speak and to talk. And so the suspect, the gunman, identified by authorities, 30-year-old Deshaun Shea, he was taken into custody immediately, and he's facing very serious felony charges this morning. This is not an attempted murder charge. That's not what this is. It's aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, a string of other charges. And so we don't know if this 30-year-old man, why was he on the scene? Does he have a past criminal record? What was going on? Was he part of the brawl, or was he trying to help break it up? So there were multiple brawls going on. This is right when school was getting out. And so additional law enforcement, we already have, obviously, police who are stationed at some of the high schools, especially Overbrook. And so in this one, the school district of Philadelphia, we had told you earlier this morning, they had canceled all the after-school programming yesterday. And so this is the latest with charges in play. So we'll continue to follow up on that one. We also have President Donald J. Trump. He is scheduled to tell us more about the UK deal. In other words, this is big for this administration because this has to do with the Trump administration trying to get victories and trying to get allies initially to a deal, to the table, or to the deal. So they have the UK. They're announcing this one as they hope to have more announcements. And I talked yesterday a lot with Charles Payne about what's to come as far as this weekend in Switzerland. So with the energy deal with Asian countries, and that certainly will be good for American business and those manufacturing jobs as we think about what's going on. But we have to look at the big picture, and certainly Trump was not happy yesterday. None of us were to hear about this escalation on the world stage between India and Pakistan, because let's face it, President Trump has often said that when he left office, and this is true, I mean, when Trump left office and then Biden came in, we were at peace and prosperity. Things were looking up. And then we had the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. That happened. And many have said that triggered or maybe inspired Putin to do what he did. So Trump has often said, hey, nothing would have happened on my watch. Well, now something is happening, if you will, under President Trump. This escalation between India, between Pakistan, and then to hear that Pakistan reportedly, I mean, they're claiming that they, in fact, used these, that Chinese-made missiles and aircraft were used against India, and so none of this is a good look. And so Trump, go ahead, play
questions
it.
For Steve?
Any reaction to the attacks between India and Pakistan?
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it.
Of course,
no,
nothing
I
ever
just hope
happened
it
with
ends
him.
very
He didn't know what
quickly.
the hell he was doing. But that would have saved a lot of lives. That election cost us a lot of lives and a lot of heartache. The fact that we went through 4 years of misery, and you look at what's coming through the border, and the job of getting murderers out of our country. So many bad things happened. The wars. You wouldn't have October 7th. You wouldn't have Russia fighting with Ukraine. You wouldn't have had that disaster in Afghanistan. You wouldn't have had inflation. All these things would have not taken place. So sad to see what happened. Any other?
And so remember that President Trump has often said this and said that because Biden was weak and a weak leader, that all of these situations happened around the world. Well, now we're on Trump time. We're on Trump's watch. And so what will he do? And he has certainly offered, I mean, India is a very important ally. We know Vice President Vance was just there. And so how will he wheel and deal and try to bring forth peace and calm things between India and Pakistan? Not a great look. And in particular, because President Trump saying early this morning, confirming that he did indeed sign a trade deal with Britain, with the UK. This is a big one under his belt because it's the first time America's, first one announcing, sweeping global tariffs right after that announcement. So now this is the first time that he can say, all right, we've got a win here with the UK. Press conference from the Oval, 10 o'clock this morning. So here we are, TikTok. I don't see him. Is he speaking yet? We're on standby.
Yeah, nothing
with
yet.
President
Nope.
Trump.
Yeah, no.
So
and no smoke either, Don.
And no smoke.
Yeah.
We had black smoke yesterday. We're on Pope watch. And remember, we have at noon upcoming, and this is when President Trump, so after he talks about the UK trade deal, and obviously they're formulating what's going on with that, then the First Lady will join the president. And this is a celebration of military moms. And so we'll have First Lady Melania. She'll be there joining the president. One thing I was thrilled about last night was, and we'll talk about this moving forward, as President Trump has nominated Dr. Casey Means to be America's next Surgeon General. This is huge. Now, this announcement comes after his initial pick, Dr. Jeanette Nesheiwat, and she faced some scrutiny. And I know that there are all these reports about, Laura Loomer is in Trump's ear, and Laura Loomer, this and that and the other. Do you know, here's my take on this, and in all honesty. So what we're seeing is Dr. Jeanette Nesheiwat, and we know her from Fox News. She's a doctor who was on with medical, as a medical pundit, if you will, and medical expert on Fox News a lot. But she's also the sister-in-law to Mike Waltz. And so to me personally, because I'm always looking at the inside, I just think she'll still have a high-profile role. But I personally think that Trump was hearing over it. And I have to tell you that this is a brilliant move. I have this book, Good Energy. My friend Mary. Hi, Mary. Mary, and I know that she had we were texting back and forth, and she couldn't make it the other night for a great event. But she had actually given me her copy of the book, Good Energy. And then it's like you pay it forward. Then I bought another copy and gave it to a friend. So this is an incredible book that talks about basically explaining why we see in this country, we talk about it all the time. How is it that, in Italy, how is it that they drink and they eat great food? And how is it that they're all living longer and they're thin and they don't have the obesity epidemic that we do in other European countries? And basically it's because they view food as medicine. They don't have all this processed foods. And so this is a movement that I think is taking over America. And so to have somebody like Dr. Means, and she has all the bona fides, Stanford, she was a surgeon and all of that, and then really believed that it was important that we change our attitude in American medicine, that instead of being on the receiving end and trying to put out the fires, why not it's kind of the Smokey the Bear, if you will, attitude. Instead of putting out the fires after the fact, why not have fire prevention? And that's really, I'm simplifying here, but that's my take on what we're going. This is probably President Trump. What we don't realize is that one of his greatest achievements, if they can do this, making us all healthier, will probably go down as one of his greatest achievements. Because we have this obesity epidemic. I mean, it's impacting us in every portion of our lives. The old saying, think about this, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything, right? You could be a billionaire, but if you're unhealthy, if you have all of these different problems, these chronic diseases, it doesn't matter how wealthy you are, how much crypto or gold you have nothing.
But for Surgeon General, really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Like Rachel Levine's position, I could see Assistant Health Secretary. But like the reason why I'm upset about this pick is not because I'm against the person, because honestly I don't know much about her. But when I hear Surgeon General, I hear of one of the greatest surgeons of all time, and I don't see him doing much right now. It's Dr. Ben Carson, who I think would have been perfect for this position. I don't see why his name's not been thrown out there, and maybe it's revisionist history and Monday morning quarterbacking here. But I just look at someone that has the illustrious history of someone like Dr. Ben Carson, who separated, twins by their head at birth, and the advancements that he was involved with in the medical field. And they look at someone like this who, I get alternative medicine, holistic medicine. I think that's a fantastic thing, but to lead the entire Surgeon General's department that way, I don't know if that's a great path to go down, Dawn.
Well, I believe me, I love Ben Carson. One of my favorite,
I know you do, yeah.
Some of my
You truly
favorite
do,
all-time
yeah.
interviews are with him. I love Dr. Ben Carson, but to choose, a mom, a surgeon, a prestigious doctor, right? So she's somebody who's maybe appeals to those, moms and dads who are kind of going through things right now. And the fact that she has one of the hottest New York Times best-selling books and cookbooks, and she's very hands-on with this and can talk about it very easily and conversationally. I think that she is somebody. My dad always talks about C. Everett Koop, who was the Surgeon General back in the day, who was really credited.
Great dresser.
With reaching the American people with such credibility and authenticity. And so I think that's probably what Trump was looking for. Somebody who could explain why you should care about mitochondria, right? And that you're like, what the heck? Mitochondria and gut health? How do you explain that? She can explain it. So she connects all the dots. And if you read her book, and she talks about in other words, bridging the gap between, because your mom always told you, eat your broccoli. And it's like, I don't want to eat my broccoli. She can explain why things like those cruciferous vegetables, why they're critical, like cauliflower and so on, cauliflower rice, and why those fresh whole foods, why they are medicine. And that if you eat those foods and just you can grind them up actually. And even when you cut them up, how that activates them. And how they react within your body, and she can explain that all, and she does it in such an easy, simple way, and so I think that's why he chose her.
And to add another bow to your quiver, you saying this really just triggered me here, because I really think in elevating RFK to where he is, Trump's main enemy, or one of his main enemies, is big pharma companies. And you talk about someone who's genuine and relates to parents. I don't know much about this woman, I'll be completely honest again, but from what you're saying, it really sounds like she's someone that is not controlled whatsoever by these big pharma companies that I think have a lot of control here in the country. I think Trump recognizes the negative impact that these companies have had, so I think he trusts that she will get things done in the correct manner. So, you know what, maybe I'm convincing, and maybe you're convincing me to the other side, Dawn.
Yeah, I think, and I also think as well, you mentioned RFK Jr. So RFK Jr. is obviously a polarizing figure because on one hand, I think everybody loves it when he talks about the environment, and he's somebody who appeals to people across the political spectrum, if you will, because he truly made his name as an environmental attorney, fighting in courtrooms, fighting for the environment. But also he is a polarizing figure because of some things he has said in the past about vaccinations. And so with Dr. Means, what you have to understand is that she's somebody who will fill that void. In other words, I suspect that we will hear more and more from Dr. Means. She's a great speaker, and she's very likable, and she's very natural. And so all of a sudden, I personally think that that she'll take on that role from, my dad has always said, Surgeon General is an important job, but it's a PR job. In other words, it's somebody who should be able to just talk to you and listen to you about your health, your family, and what you need to turn things around. She can do that, and then you know what's going to happen? It by the very nature pushes RFK Jr., pushes him off the podium, if you will, a little bit. And I think that is probably, for Trump, he's probably looking for a less polarizing figure in this health role, as Maha takes center stage. So I think she is a huge win in the win column. So we're watching for President Donald J. Trump to, speaking of taking the podium, if you will, not that he's going to be at a podium necessarily, but an official announcement that's a big win for Trump. The markets are way up, so it's a good Thursday and good to have you here. Dawn Stensland Show, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, How has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. ZipIntro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my ZipIntro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because ZipIntro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station. 1210 WPHT.
So I just want to put it out there, get your thoughts. I love Dr. Stacey Means' book, Good Energy. I've been reading it. I don't have her full cookbook, although in the back of Good Energy, if you get that book, starting in the 300 pages or whatever, she has a ton of recipes in there so you can get a sense of what she believes in with holistic food and how food is medicine, which foods are better. But just to give you Dr. Casey Means' credentials. So she is a Stanford University School of Medicine graduate. She pursued the surgical residency program, but then she left that residency program before fully completing it. And so she was training as a surgeon, but that was after she obviously became an MD and earned her, education from Stanford University, which is try to just get into Stanford. Anyway, but her specialty, by the way, was otolaryngology, and it was head and neck surgery. That was her specialty, what she was going for. And then she decided, and her brother also is a pediatrician. He helped her write the book. So to me, this is a great pick because I think the Surgeon General job is one of really being able to connect with the American people. And I think she, as somebody who gets that, I think that she's a terrific pick, but I know that many don't agree with me or do agree with me. We've got Lori, Lincoln University. Lori,
Yes.
What do you think?
Well, I read her book as well.
Yeah.
And I think two things that she brings to the table is just the universities do not teach nutrition. So all of the education she had as a doctor and a surgeon, she only had one nutrition class. So that speaks to what, a top university in our country are kind of taking a hit right now with, so I think that addresses that they need to be maybe some changes of what the doctors are taught. And then the other thing she brings is talking about we have our HSAs for medicine. Why not apply our HSAs for health food? And so we don't need the medicine.
Right.
So she's totally not big pharma because they will not like that.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was really interesting. That it's an interesting concept because I just paid $13 a pound for a pound of chicken, and a family. If I had a young family, I wouldn't have been able to afford that back then.
Oh, that's a great point. Well, thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. I love your input, and that's just it. That I think we're not accustomed to talk about food as medicine, whole food, and we have to go back to cooking. I would hope, to me personally, I hope that the next Surgeon General has everybody in schools, have cooking and nutrition in schools. And by the way, what do you do when you cook? You have to measure things out. So you're doing math. You can incorporate culture because there's so much culture, language, history. So you can do whole learning. And you can also do a Montessori style learning in school if you're learning about cooking and recipes and gardening. And so it's that hands-on learning. So that's a piece of it as well. Even little kids can learn, you think about your colors, green and red, and eat those healthy, colorful vegetables, let's say. So you could really, I know it's now you're really getting me into it. I won't bore you, or make you hungry.
I'm getting really zen is where I'm getting. I'm not bored. No, I'm feeling cozy and yeah.
But I think this is a great pick. I
nice.
know my friend from Philadelphia, Dr. Art Kaplan, who's a longtime ethicist, is not happy with this pick.
No, he's not.
And I get it. I think that, look, there are two schools of thought. You mentioned Dr. Ben Carson. So do you want somebody who is this if Dr. Ben Carson were the next Surgeon General, I'm good with that. I love him, and I think he is somebody who's very zen, brilliant, very experienced, very wise. Fantastic, fine, I'm good with that. But how do you influence the next generation? And that's probably what Trump was thinking about. He was probably thinking, all right, I've got moms. I want to influence the next generation, and in particular, young women. And so let's have somebody who takes on this role as a woman who's, what is she, 37 years? I don't even think she's 38. I think she's 37 years young. And so let's get somebody who's a different voice, because we've had a lot of men in this role. So let's get somebody who's, yes, Stanford MD, she's a doctor, but she's saying, here's why you need to incorporate, beans and nuts into your diet, and get all the white bleached flour and the rice out of your diet. And so I think she would carry some credibility. She's hugely popular. She understands how to utilize social media. And think about Trump. He tapped into that and credits the youth vote, credits social media with helping to take him to a win, to a victory, to the White House. So I think he's also looking at new media and thinking, all right, who are the masters of new media who can reach out, who have the ability and already are successful at it? And so he's looking at her as not only somebody as a doctor, an MD, and has the credentials, but as well somebody who has the social media and new media credentials to reach out to the younger generations and have an impact. I think that's a big piece of this. So
great conversation happening over on our YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Dawn, do you like kombucha?
Yes.
Do you make kombucha?
No, I don't know how to make it.
No? It's Tracy, Tuna Fang. They're talking about right now, Tracy, I guess, has what she calls what's called a SCOBY, which is disgusting. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those things. But it's like a root of the kombucha that grows in the drink and gives it the kind of taste of bitterness. And I'm not a fan of kombucha, but I just learned of something new that I guess Tuna uses to make homemade natural sodas called a ginger bug. So if you're interested in some of these, alternative drinks as well that you can make at home, look into making some kombucha and join our YouTube chat. You can talk about that as well. And,
kombucha, just so you don't know, it's a fermented.
That's the word I was looking for. It's fermented, yes.
So fermented foods, why are they important to gut health? They're loaded with antioxidants. And Dr. Means, she writes about this in Good Energy in her book. So they boost the immune system and also help detox your liver. And that's important too to gut health. So Dr. Means, I'll just a little quickie thing, insight into her New York Times bestselling book, is that she puts sauerkraut. That's a fermented food. So what are the fermented foods? I know I'm starting to sound NPR-ish. What are the fermented foods that you like to eat? We'll go through it.
I like yogurt.
But not the processed yogurt with high fructose corn syrup. Like, I know we sound like I'm trying not to be boring, but
you like kimchi?
Kimchi.
I'm not a fan of kimchi, but
kimchi. I have not. I don't know that I've had.
It's like
that.
Korean cabbage and some kind of spicy fermented thing. Yeah,
I probably would like it, but throw it on a little taco, a fish taco. You know what I mean? Use it as a little slaw.
Does sourdough bread count?
As a fermented food? I don't really think so.
Okay.
I don't know, though. I'm not an
sourdough,
expert. But look at when have we talked about this? We're talking about it because of the Surgeon General
Good
pick.
point.
So we got that going for us. 855-839-1210. You know what else we have going for us? We have the great Linda Kearns, the voice of election integrity, among other things. She'll join me right around the corner.
Hey, before we go, though, got to hear about your great Mother's Day gift, Dawn.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Elvis, little Elvis. Linda and I both are Elvis fans. We love Elvis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Elvis or Springsteen, if you had to pick one?
We have Linda on, so we're loving on Elvis.
A little bias
now.
today, yeah. Recency bias. Yeah.
And you know what else we're loving on? We're loving on Piazza Honda. Yeah, I got the new, so I'm out of the minivan. I'm no longer a minivan mom. So this is how I identify, that not through a pronoun, but I identify as an HRV, a Harvey. I'll call it a Harvey, HRV. That's what I'm going to
Harvey?
put. HRV.
Herv.
I'm a Herv, baby. Instead of how people put pronouns, that's what I'm going to identify as, an HRV.
Is Larry a curve?
He is. He's a CRV. What am I talking about? I am an HRV mom, or woman, I should say. So, yeah, we were at Piazza over the weekend. Larry told you this, but I got the HRV. That's my great Mother's Day gift. And so it's all-wheel drive. It's sporty. It's got punch. It's got the high tech. 29 miles per gallon, which I'm like, woohoo! That was awesome. I'm driving around. It's like an awesome thing. But you know that I drive a Honda. I've driven Honda for decades, but now I'm out of the minivan. My friends at Piazza Honda, right now you can lease the popular 2025 Civic. And by the way, that's what Michael has, the Civic.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic, best-selling car. And then the HRV is what I have, and I got a lease, which these lease deals are awesome. You got to take advantage of. So starting at $249 a month, the Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HRV, that's what I have, provides the versatility needed for every drive. So I still have the space, but it's not this big couch car, which the minivan I loved. It was a honey while I had the kids and driving them around for sports. But this is like, I'm feeling all spunky and sporty. I love it. It's the all-new 2025 Civic or the HRV for only $249 a month, 36 months. This offer will not last. It is incredible. Take advantage. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. That's where I get my stuff. That's Awesome Ross the Boss. And you have to call him that. Awesome Ross the Boss.
Word for word.
He'll be like, this is like I have Lair Bear and Awesome Ross the Boss.
Is that like tell him Dawn sent you?
Yep. And tell Ross will be like rolling his
Awesome
eyes.
Ross the Boss.
I know. He'll be like, oh, here she goes. But also, Piazza Honda in Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online first. Check out all the inventory. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. And those leases with $29.99 down plus tax, plus the tags, 10,000 miles a year. You can always negotiate the mileage for well-qualified buyers. See your dealer for all the deets. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just in time for Mother's Day, take 25% off all outdoor and patio furniture. That's 25% off stylish patio sets, comfy outdoor seating, and everything you need to enjoy the season. Create the perfect backyard oasis with their beautiful, high-quality selection. And here's a bonus for Mom. Get a free moving blanket with any self-pickup order. Don't miss these special Mother's Day savings. Use code Mother's Day 25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield today.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
You can shake an apple off an apple tree. Shake a sugar, but you never shake me. No siree. I'm gonna stick like glue. Stick because
Linda Kearns was stuck on to you.
I'm gonna run my finger.
Hey, Linda. Good morning.
Do I have the best introduction music or what?
We're stuck on Linda Kearns, the great one.
I know, and Dan just told me I was mentioned the other night at Politics and Pints as one of the a favorite guests on WPHT, so I'm really, really honored about that.
Of course. Absolutely.
And Dawn, I just heard you talking about your new HRV. I drive an HRV.
Hey, look at that.
See?
HRV crew.
I will tell you, mine is way better than yours because mine is a 2016 and it's a manual transmission. So they don't even make them anymore. And the reason I got it is because I live in Philadelphia and these young criminals don't know how to drive stick-shift cars. So it's basically like a built-in protection so that nobody can steal it. So and it's worked so far. No one's stolen it.
You hear
so
that,
there
Dawn?
you go.
She's an OG Herv.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's impressive.
This is what we're going to put instead of our pronouns, you know, on the
your new Twitter bio, Linda.
Email.
OG Herv.
OG Herv.
I should, yes, absolutely.
Manual Herv.
This is awesome. So we have a lot to, talk about, Linda Kearns, and thank you. Yes, so yesterday we talked about the situation that I think you broke the news to us, if I recall correctly, and it's now in the Inquirer this morning. So I guess I'll begin there because, this was something that you were concerned about, Linda, during the election season, as there were Trump voters or Trump supporters put out the lawn sign, and then these crazy, scary threats were going out.
Right. That was, that happened in October of 2024. And at the time I was representing the Republican National Committee, but I heard you yesterday, you had J. Christian Adams on from the Public Interest Legal Foundation. They're actually my client. I'm the local counsel in that lawsuit. What we did was in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania in federal court, we basically were representing two of the plaintiffs who received the letters, and we sued John Doe because we don't know who the person is. And what we do is we ask the court to allow us discovery. So that's where that litigation is right now. And the Public Interest Legal Foundation is offering a reward for information that leads to us finding that person. And if you go to my Twitter, I pin that to the top of my Twitter, because we really do think that anyone who is going to be that nutty to send those types of letters out probably mentioned it to their circle, and then hopefully someone will come forward and want the reward, because that just has no place in our society. So,
amen.
We really want that stopped. Yeah. But I think you have me on today because then I have another client called the Center for Election Confidence. And what we're doing, we sent a letter to Lackawanna County this week because for the upcoming primary election, they sent out ballots to over 500 voters. And I don't know how this happened, but it's the wrong ballots. They sent out ballots, the printer printed 2024 primary ballots. So over 500 voters in Lackawanna County received bad ballots. When the Lackawanna County found out about it, they said, okay, well, we'll send you replacement ballots. But the problem with when this issue occurs is now people are getting two different ballots. And what if voters are confused and vote the first one and not the second one? Like, what is the county going to do about that? And it's really just election administration gone awry, and we just cannot have that. So my client, the Center for Election Confidence, we reached out to Lackawanna County because we want to work with them on remedies so this does not happen again.
So for Lackawanna County, they wrongfully send, and this is not in contention, right? They realize they wrongfully sent GOP voters the wrong ballots for the upcoming primary. Did they send? So it was only GOP? Is that weird that it's not?
Yeah, well, I mean, people obviously always jump to conspiracy theories, but apparently they're saying that the printer made an error and used the wrong file. And then what kind of concerned me was the county didn't even realize it till a voter contacted them. So that made me a little worried, because they should be spot checking what goes out or checking all of them. I mean, when you're going to take the voting process out of the voting machines on election day and put it in this mail ballot process where you're just sending these ballots out through the mail, you should have heightened security about it. You should really be aware of what's going out to these voters. Take extra care, because remember, mail balloting is really supposed to mimic what happens on election day. So this is really not a good example of election administration, and it's a real concern. And this is obviously a low turnout election this year, and it's a primary, and not as many people vote. But this could just as easily happen in a election year where there's high turnout, and we need to address these problems now and make sure it doesn't happen again. And I am concerned about the confusion. I can't imagine getting one ballot that I look at and it's incorrect, and then I get another ballot, like which ballot do I vote? And so it's a real problem.
And so did they, as far as what's being filed, is part of the reason that you're filing something so that you can essentially do some forensic work and get to the bottom of how and why this happened?
Well, on this one, the Center for Election Confidence, which, by the way, is a great organization. The listeners can go to electionconfidence.org to find out more about what we do, because we also addressed what happened in Luzerne County a couple elections ago when they ran out of ballot paper. So what we did so far with this Lackawanna issue is we sent a letter to the election director, and I just sent it the other day, and I'm telling her that I want to come meet with her to discuss how we're going to remedy this in the future. And if we don't get a response and we don't get cooperation, then we can explore what other remedies we have, because this violates voters' civil rights. Much like my other lawsuit where the people got the nasty letters, like that's a violation of civil rights to, when you're interfering with voters and their ability to participate in the process. So the Center for Election Confidence isn't interested in just attacking these people. Our mission is to promote confidence in elections. So we want to help. And I'm hoping that Lackawanna County does want to work with us to help. And if they don't, well, then, yeah, sure, we will take other measures.
Yeah, because in part, this was something where we learned that Republican voters had to be, what would you say, the culture had, and I think Linda Kearns, you and Michael Whatley, you changed some of the culture along with talking about election integrity, where you were saying, you know what, Republicans need to vote by mail because it's convenient when you're at work and that sort of thing. And so this, I think what you're going to say is it kind of flies in the face of the effort to get more, especially conservative voters, to also do the mail-in thing like Democrats have.
Absolutely, because our voters have to be confident that this process is going to work. And when you sign up for a mail ballot and then you receive a ballot that some of the voters probably realized right away there was an issue because they sent them the primary ballots. There was presidential candidates on that. So people were probably looking at it saying, what is this? Is this junk mail? What's going on? Did someone tamper with this? I can imagine people thinking. So this is a problem. We should have absolute confidence in what our election administration is doing. So that's why this is absolutely such a concern.
So I know you're in court all the time, but are there any other updates as far as you had such a flurry of different election integrity related lawsuits? Are there any other issues still kind of hanging out there?
Well, we are still fighting over whether or not to date these mail ballots. There's a case out in the Western District of Pennsylvania. It's in the Supreme, and then there's another one in the state Supreme Court. And I don't know if you've noticed, but now some of our legislators they're promoting some bills to change the law. And when I read these bills that they propose, I'm worried that they're not fixing all of the problems. Like I honestly think we need a complete overhaul of our election code, not just these piecemeal fixes, because someone like me who is so involved in these elections and in the recruiting the poll watchers and the poll workers and the observers, if they're not going to fix all of the issues, then all we're going to get is just a patchwork on an election law that really is not a good law. And then we're just going to have more problems and more lawsuits. So there is a bill out there for voter ID, and I actually wrote a piece, and it's up on the Federalist website, about the fact that I'm concerned about Republican lawmakers rushing to pass voter ID, but then not getting in place all of the other protections we need, such as making sure that we have an adequate amount of observers in when we're counting the mail ballots, and making sure that the voter ID is presented in a polling place. So making sure that we have parity as far as the poll watchers in the polling place and the election board workers. For example, in Philadelphia, Dawn, you and I live in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Most of the people who work in those election districts, when you go to vote, most of them are Democrats. We don't have parity because we don't have enough Republicans in those polling places. So when you don't have that, and you have a rule like, okay, you have to present ID, then I worry in the over 1,700 polling places in Philadelphia, even if that's the law, is it really going to be enforced? So that's why I really think our election code needs a complete overhaul, and I do get worried about these patchwork fixes, which is why I keep writing voter ID op-eds about it, and then why I represent these awesome organizations like the Center for Election Confidence or the Public Interest Legal Foundation, because these are places that really are concerned about these issues and are working. They're 501c3, so these are nonprofit organizations, but they are working to make our elections better. And it's almost a little bit embarrassing that these are national organizations, but they have to spend so much time in Pennsylvania because we have so many problems.
And it's so important. Linda Kearns, at Linda Kearns Law. Follow her on social media. PA Election Integrity Counsel for the RNC and DJT as well, local Pennsylvania, New Jersey attorney. Linda, love you. We have so much breaking news with Trump's news conference. We got the papal conclave. My goodness, there's so much happening today. We really appreciate you.
I know. I can't wait for the white smoke. And thank you. I heard you guys this morning talking about me because of Nick mentioned that oil, that olive oil I brought back for you guys, because you were just so awesome in getting my message across during the 2024. So I'm glad you're enjoying those treats.
Yes, 100%. Love the olive oil from Linda Kearns from Italia. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Talk soon. Linda Kearns. So, yeah, we've got updates from Trump holding the news conference, upcoming Melania.
I think Trump's such a big fan of yours that he actually listens to your show and plans his press conference to when it might fit perfectly for the Dawn Sensland show.
Excuse me.
Like he knows that Dave McCormack is coming up at 11:30, and we had Linda Kearns, his great friend, here at 10:30. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to listen to Linda, take my time before I start the press conference. So hopefully he comes out at 11, Dawn.
That's our story, and we're sticking with it. 100%.
Just like the platter, right?
Yeah, just like the platter, you know? We got it all planned. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Through all
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmens Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmens Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmens is who I use and recommend, so call Emmens today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmens.com.
Call Emmens.com. Emmens, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Optima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will.
How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazz Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Donald J. Trump live from the Oval Office. Let's listen to the president's announcement, major trade deal with the UK.
And it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, Donald, and this is a really fantastic, historic day in which we can announce this deal between our two great countries, and I think it's a real tribute to the history that we have of working so closely together. Can I pay tribute, Donald, to your negotiating team as well, particularly Howard and Jameson, who've done an incredible job, a very professional job, and my team as well. Two negotiating teams have worked at pace now for a number of weeks to bring in this deal today. Really important deal. This is going to boost trade between and across our countries. It's going to not only protect jobs but create jobs, opening market access. And as you say, Donald, the timing couldn't be more apt, because not only was it 80 years ago today that victory came for Europe after and at the end of the Second World War. So on that day, the UK and the US stood together as the closest of allies. And Donald, I think even down to the hour, because you may or may not know that it was about this time of day, exactly 80 years ago, that Winston Churchill announced victory in Europe, and that led to great celebrations across Europe, across America, but particularly in the United Kingdom. Literally people going out into the street, putting bunting up, going up to the palace. And so to be able to announce this great deal on the same day, 80 years forward, almost at the same hour, and as we were 80 years ago, with the UK and the US standing side by side, I think is incredibly important and makes this truly historic. That close relationship has endured over those 80 years. As you know, Donald, when it comes to defence and security and intelligence sharing, of course, there are no two countries that are closer than our two countries. And now we take this into new and important territory by adding trade and the economy to the closeness of our relationship. It is built, as you say, on those notions of fairness and reciprocal arrangements. We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that. Hugely important.
And so just to bring this in, if you can just lower it a little bit as the Prime Minister speaks, and you get the gist of this, that Donald J. Trump, and this is Victory Day, World War II Day, as he's also declaring this day. But Donald J. Trump, Keir Starmer, unveiling the details of a U.S.-UK trade deal involving American exports of beef, ethanol, other agricultural products. So for Pennsylvania, for example, and we'll hear from Senator McCormack within, a half hour and ask him his take on this. But talking about an historic, special relationship, reminding us of the history. And it's a bit unusual, I will say, just historically, that we see President Trump, and obviously he has, he has Lord Mandelson, who's the UK's ambassador to the United States, physically with him in the Oval Office. You see J.D. Vance there as well. but the Prime Minister, it's sort of a Zoom call, if you will, a live video call back and forth. But let's just, if we can we go to Trump live now? Because Trump right now live is actually speaking. So we get the gist of the Prime Minister talking about, how big this and historic this deal is, this trade deal. And you're looking at 10%, facing 10% extra tariffs. That's what the UK was facing. But let's listen to Trump.
But on the details, I think
he's wrapping up right now. Sorry.
Okay. I thought I saw Trump.
No. Trump is speaking, but I just had to cue it up to where Trump began speaking. So here you go.
That's great. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's an honor. We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before. I don't know if the media knows, but the U.S. and UK have been working for years to try and make a deal, and it never quite got there.
Yeah.
It did with this Prime Minister. So I want to just congratulate you.
Well, with this president, this prime minister, we've managed to achieve what many people have tried to achieve for many years. And I'm really pleased, and it feels completely historic and on a special 80-year anniversary as well. So, Donald, thank you so much. It's really good to have got this deal over the line. Tribute to both teams, tribute to our countries, and tribute to your leadership.
Thank you. Well, it really is a great thing. And you go do your press conference, and I'll see you soon. Maybe speak to you later. But thank you very much. An incredible thing. I can't tell you that for so many years, even as I sat, everybody talked and talked and talked about a deal with. It just seemed like a natural deal, but it was not done. But now it was done with us. So I feel very proud to have been a part of it. Keir, thank you very much.
Thanks, Donald, and we'll speak again soon.
Very good. So long. Bye.
Keir Starmer, PM of the UK.
Why don't I do this? Why don't I have our Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, give a little description of the deal pretty quick, and then the good side, the very nice side, we'll be speaking about it also, maybe, from so you get a pretty equal. I think it's a very, it's just been a deal that was, we thought, very complicated. It became very simple. It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before. It was, they've been working on this deal for 25 years. And we got it done, and we got it done. Really, it's going to be great for both countries. So, Howard, if you could go, and then somebody else, you may have, you'll pick whoever you want who'd like to do it. I have a feeling you're going to do it, right? So you guys go ahead, and then we'll take questions right after that. But I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, a very big deal. And Howard, go ahead.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world, and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market, a top 10 market. If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK, right? They say they have a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade. So how do you open up a market in balanced trade? People think it's impossible. They've always thought it was impossible until President Trump came on the scene and changed the way things work. So here's what we've got. We've opened up new market access, ethanol, beef, machinery, all the agricultural products. They've agreed to open their markets, and that will add $5 billion of opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before, and we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how do they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the way is they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles, and if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard This was the president's deal. And people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left. And if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister and getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals, and that's why we're here today. So he agreed they could send 100,000 cars into America and only pay a 10% tariff. And that protects their car industry. And remember, we do 16 million cars a year. So this is only like 0.6%. But for the UK auto people, this is tens of thousands of jobs that the president agreed that he would protect for them. So he made that deal, right? Then steel and aluminum, right? Their steel business has been destroyed like everybody else has been destroyed by people dumping steel into their markets. And British Steel had announced it was closing down. So the British government, as part of this deal, nationalized British Steel, and they're going to match the kinds of models we do. They'll put tariffs on, they'll put quotas on. They want to do it with America so they can be part of the resurgence of steel and aluminum in America, and that saves them, again, thousands and thousands of jobs. So if you go step by step, aero and commercial planes, they sell Rolls-Royce engines to Boeing. We've agreed to let Rolls-Royce engines and those kind of plane parts to come over tariff-free. And what you're going to hear today is there's going to be an announcement in the UK that they are buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes later today, but I'm going to let the name of the airline announce it because that's theirs to do it. Part of this deal was always to do it together and to do it strong, and you can see the numbers on this board. Everything about this board works exceptionally well for the United States of America. It lays out the plan that you can work with us in autos, you can work with us with aero and commercial, you can work with us in pharmaceuticals if you have a supply chain that is secure and protected in national security. So we feel really good about the deal. You've heard the Prime Minister, he feels really good about the deal, right? And we started at 10% and we ended at 10%, and the market for America is better, and this is a perfect example of why Donald Trump produced Liberation Day. People don't understand. He gets things done in a matter of time. This would have taken Jameson and I 3 years, maybe. And instead, we got it done in 45 days, certainly, because we work for Donald Trump. So, Jameson, my partner in all this, maybe Jameson, you'd like to talk a little, and then we'll turn it over to the UK.
Sure, happy to do that. Everyone has great remarks. I just have to echo the President and the Prime Minister when we talk about VE Day. This is something we've been waiting for decades, and there's no more appropriate day to do this. And when we step back and we look back a few weeks from now or months from now or years from now, we're going to look back at this day and better appreciate the significance, I think. And I'll just say as well, in terms of negotiating, I mean, the UK negotiators, you know, we've got one right here, did an incredible job, right? This is why you win wars, right?
So let me describe, Dawn Sensland reporting live to you. So in the Oval Office, you see President Trump, he's seated at the Resolute desk, and then all of the players, if you will, including J.D. Vance, who I don't know that you've heard from yet this morning, but he's also behind President Trump as well. So this, as the White House and President Trump are proudly commemorating the 80th anniversary, if you will, of the Allied powers' triumph over what the White House, and I'm looking at the latest news release and the proclamation signed by President Trump today. And this is the Allied powers' triumph over National Socialism and fascism and the end of World War II in Europe, one of the most epic victories for forces of freedom in the history of the world. And so President Trump declaring this Victory Day for World War II, celebrating unmatched might, strength, and power of the American armed forces, and committing to protecting our sacred birthright of liberty against all threats, foreign as well as domestic. And so President Trump tying all of this together. So if you think about what Trump understands, he understands the media probably better than, I'll take you back to maybe Ronald Reagan knew how to work the media, but since him, we haven't seen anybody like this. And so we have President Donald J. Trump here. Can we cut in? He's
he's taking questions from reporters
okay,
now.
let's listen in.
I'm queuing it up where he starts that, and here we go.
We're looking forward to doing that in the
this is just Peter Mendelsohn wrapping up. We're about a minute behind here, but I wanted to get the first question in there.
Today, it just, in my view, as the Prime Minister has said, just shows what two countries who trust each other, who are confident in each other and are familiar with each other can do, not just for ourselves, but for the rest of the world who need to benefit from a bigger and better international trading system.
Thank you very much. It was beautifully stated. What a beautiful accent, too. I'd like to have that.
Trump is
My mother
thrilled.
would be proud.
That's the look on his face. He is thrilled with today.
James Matthews from Sky News.
Yes.
Can I ask, why Britain and why now? And you've described this deal as a full and comprehensive deal, and yet we've just heard from Mr. Mandelson it's the end of the beginning. Clearly, there's much more work still to do. With respect, are you overstating the reach and significance of this deal because you're a president who needs a result at a difficult time?
I think that it's a great deal for both parties. It's for us. We're opened up. I didn't know how closed it was. Quite closed, the market, as you know, the UK, and it opens up a tremendous market for us, and it works out very well, and a lot of assets. You see the chart, and those are tremendous assets. But we've been trying, and when you say why us, meaning your country, we've been trying for years, and they've been trying for years to make a deal, including when I was in the, first term. It would always be people talking, but they weren't getting it done. But for 25 years before that, they were trying always to make a deal, a very significant deal. I actually, until I looked at the numbers, I didn't realize this is a very conclusive deal, but we think we can grow it even from that. But this is a maxed out deal, not like you said it. You said it really incorrectly. This is a maxed out deal that we're going to make bigger, and we make it bigger through growth. But we have tremendous assets involved. I was surprised to see how big your country is in trade, actually. One of the biggest in technology and so many other things. It's agriculture. I really didn't know. It's depending on your definition, it's from 4 to 5 to 6. That's pretty big in the world. So I was very impressed by that. But we're going to take it to new levels. It's a very big deal right now, but I think it is going to grow just of its own volition. It's going to grow, and over time there'll be changes made, there'll be adjustments made because we're flexible. We'll see things that we can do even better, but it's very conclusive, and we think everyone's going to be happy, and the people of your country are going to be very impressed with the result, and they'll be able to buy from more people. They'll be able to price things differently. They'll be able to get some products that aren't available to them now that we make better than anybody in the world. And it's just something that it's a great thing that it came together. It's so nice because we have many countries want to make a deal, and many countries are very unhappy that we happen to choose this one, to be honest with you. But it's a long time, our oldest ally, or just about. I guess a couple of people claim that too, but let's put it right at the top. I think it's going to be something very special for UK and special for the United States.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. How
Reagan Reese.
more deals, and when do you expect the next to be announced?
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. I know Howard's going back. As soon as this is finished, your press conference, he's got numerous. And Scott, who's right over here, who's fantastic,
Scott
by the way.
Vicent.
You were great on television this morning. I watched you. That was very good. He gave them a little lesson in the world and economics. But Scott's going to be going to Switzerland, meeting with China. And, they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first call? Who didn't make it doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out. Every country throughout the last 40, 50 years has literally ripped off the United States on trade, on military, on protection, on all the different things. And we are now making fair deals. And in this case, it's great because we really weren't very much involved. You have the European Union, which is, I think you made the right decision years ago. I don't know if you remember, I was opening up Turnberry the day that you were voting, and they asked me, would it happen or would it not happen? I said, no, I think they're going to go their own separate way. I think it's better for them. And they did. I think it's going to end up being a very smart decision. But a big part of that decision was always that you'd be able to make a deal with the United States, and they were unable to do that. But now they made it, and it's a tremendous, it's very important. That was always a big part of your decision on Brexit. And they were never able to make that deal. It was, it was a tough one. And this one was, it's amazing with time. This one just went very smoothly, went quickly and smoothly. And a lot of common sense, as I like to say. It's tremendous common sense, but it's going to make your country much bigger in terms of trade, and it's going to make our country much bigger in terms of trade, too. Yes, it is.
So a real victory for President Donald J. Trump, commemorating today, Victory Day for World War II, and offering, Trump says, our unending thanks to every patriot from the greatest generation who left behind his home and family to fight for our freedom in distant lands. We honor the memories of all those who perished. Above all, we renew our commitment to keeping America and the entire world safe, secure, prosperous, and free. And so you think about that, the deadliest, this deadly war, and you think about what came to an end on this day. And I think of my grandpa, John Schuett. So he was involved in the Battle of Iwo Jima, crucial U.S. Marine Corps operation, obviously in the Pacific Theater back in the day during World War II. And he was right there in Iwo Jima. And he was 1st Battalion, 5th Marine Division, and they lost so many lives. In fact, to this day in history, if you look back at what happened on Iwo Jima and how many Marines were lost, my grandpa, yes, came home, but was forever physically as well as psychologically scarred from what happened. He never really would talk about it. Purple Heart. So this is a proud day. And so that's why, if you think about the imagery of this and the greatness of this, that's why on this historic day, to have our great historic partner of the UK, in essence, kick off President Trump's tariff deals getting done, it's significant. And it's so difficult for the media that so often seem against him and against us. It's very difficult for them to report in a sour grapes fashion, if you will. This is a big win for him. He is thrilled. You can tell by the look on his face. We'll continue on, and then up ahead, we will hear from Senator Dave McCormack, because, of course, Trump talking a lot about agriculture. This is good for Pennsylvania, good for New Jersey, good for America. It's a good day. 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/apply. That's ethos.com/apply.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Here comes the sun. Oh, yeah, here comes the sun. Oh, President Trump talking about the fact that it's a good day and predicting a great weekend. As I've been telling you for days now, obviously, that Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, headed to Switzerland to have those talks with China. Trump believes that will go very well, and he's predicting, and that's the energy piece of this that I've been telling you about yesterday, as far as them making a deal where we know that, especially in the Asian countries, I think that's what they're working for, and I talked about that LNG Alaska, that deal with some of our partners and allies such as Japan. So if they can wrap this up with a pretty bow, my goodness, it'll be an incredible week 16, sweet 16 for the president as we think about, trade and tariffs, but as well getting our partners to buy energy from us, and that'll offset. They can put that and enter that into the deal, the trade or tariff deal, and so that mitigates everything.
Don, coming up after the break, we got Dave McCormack, who's actually a little held up in a meeting. So I got two ways we can go here. We're about 2 minutes behind with McCormack. So if you wanted to go back live to Trump, we could take you still talking. Here you go.
Very, very substantial share of the chip-making market.
You said that this weekend is going to be a friendly visit, but do you expect that it will just be a formality to break the ice, or are they going to get into substantive negotiations?
I believe so, yes. I believe it's substantive, yes. I think people like to say, yes, we're having a meeting to meet. Well, we're meeting, so what are we going to do, talk about meeting again? I think it's going to be substantive. I think we can say that, right, Scott? Very substantive. Now, China wants to do something. And look, they have to at this point. Essentially, they made $1 trillion a year, and now they have absolutely, no business because of the tariffs. They have no business, and they want to have business. And we want them to have business. We want them to do well. We want them to do very well. So I think it's going to be very substantive.
So there is President Trump in the Oval and getting ready in about a half hour to have the huge commemoration, bring in First Lady Melania Trump, a celebration of military mothers, in particular with Mrs. Trump, with our great, beautiful First Lady. We'll take a quick break and be right back around the corner. Hopefully, Senator McCormack out of his meeting, and we'll get his fresh first reaction.
Actually voting is what it is. Yeah,
all right.
Some live voting, I guess.
Well, we'll wait for it. He'll be, look, if he's still voting, he'll probably be on the Dom show, I would imagine. So that's why, we are very fluid, and we bring it to you live and local, sometimes raw, and so that's okay. That's why it's terrific to stay tuned to Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, right here, and we'll be right back.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The next storm system will continue to approach the Delaware Valley. Today we'll see sunshine with more clouds during the afternoon. Chance for a late day shower, especially north and west, with a high 78. For tonight, cloudy skies with a few showers around and a low near 60. And for Friday, cloudy with rain at times with a high 66.
The wait is over. Acura's all-new premium compact SUV, the 2025 ADX, is now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit PiazzaAcura.com to schedule a test drive today.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kinda crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
As we look at this historic day, May 8th, but it was back in 1945, and my next guest had just posted this on social media minutes ago, Senator Dave McCormack, talking about VE Day in Europe, marking the end of World War II, obviously, in Europe, and the fall of Nazi Germany, as President Trump celebrates this day, this commemoration, and as well, his first deal under his belt. So a lot of good news to talk about. Your reaction to the president's meeting, his news conference in the Oval Office. Hello, Dave McCormack.
Hey, good morning, Don. How are you?
I'm doing great.
You know, honestly, I'm excited about the announcement. I was just in a committee hearing in the Senate Foreign Relations, so I actually haven't seen the specifics of the deal. But I heard a little bit about this morning from Brooke Rollins, the Secretary of Agriculture. It sounds like exactly what we were hoping for, which is that the president would come out with a couple key deals that would show the template for what we're trying to achieve with reciprocal tariffs. And so I'm excited to hear the details, but I think it's a great step forward, and how perfect that it's on VE Day, where we commemorate, one of the great partnerships and relationships of all time, which was between the United States and the UK in overcoming the tyranny of Hitler.
Yeah, and to me, I'll just say personally, just from a media standpoint, I think, and I was looking at what foreign media, the BBC, how they're reporting this, and I think European media, other world media, they love this, and they're saying, for Trump, he needed this win, this victory lap, but it's a very positive story. It's difficult for even a biased media, or let's say an anti-Trump media. It's very difficult for them to not. They would look very bad if right now they tried to find a negative aspect. It's good news. It is a huge, epic, historic look. Just from if I just sit back in my media wheelhouse, and so looking at Trump sitting there at the Resolute desk, surrounded by all of this good news on this historic day, he's thinking, this is a good day. This is a huge win, meaning look at the markets, look at the reaction, very positive. I think he needed this as far as the tariff talk has been so negative.
Yeah. No, the tariff talk. Listen, it's interesting because if you went to most Americans that say, "Do you want fair trade? Do you want a fair deal for the American worker, for American companies?" Everybody would say yes. And if you said, "Do you think there's a lot of evidence that we're getting unfair deals?" We led the world after World War II in giving preferred trade deals to Europe, to Japan, and then later to China, because we thought it was in American interest. But as those decades have passed, it's clear that America is not getting a fair deal. So everybody's in agreement on the need for fairness, and then all these questions about, well, what's President Trump doing? And I think this first announcement gives some real clarity on the strategy and how it will work. And the fact that we got such a significant agreement with the UK, I think, bodes well for the future, and it begins to eliminate the uncertainty. I understand this. People don't like uncertainty, and markets don't like uncertainty. Right. I think this was a real important step forward in beginning to lay out a very clear path.
Yeah, and as we think about, and just bringing it home to Pennsylvania, Trump talking about the fact this is good for agriculture and good for energy, drill baby drill.
Steel.
So really, yes, of course. And so when we think about that, as well as I know you were putting out there Small Business Week, can you bring it home for us, Dave McCormack, and think about here in Pennsylvania, why should Pennsylvanians especially celebrate today and what's happening?
Well, the first thing is, if you look at the UK, Europe, Canada, all these places, they have barriers, either tariffs or non-tariff barriers that block U.S. companies, U.S. farmers selling into those markets. And so what's going to happen here is there's going to be new opportunity for U.S. businesses to sell into the UK, for our ag industry, for our manufacturing industry to sell into the UK, and that creates opportunity to build the businesses and create new jobs and prosper. And as these agreements are struck, this being the first one, I think what you're going to see is the world's markets are going to get bigger for U.S. Companies. It's also going to make manufacturers in particular more competitive in the United States and in Pennsylvania, because what's happening is that other countries like China are subsidizing their industries. So it's impossible for American businesses to compete if the Chinese government's giving free money, as an example, to their manufacturing companies. So I think this is a first step in what you'll see of making the real economy in Pennsylvania more competitive, more opportunity, more places to sell our natural gas. And as that happens, Pennsylvania will grow and new jobs will be created, and that's going to be great for our wonderful Commonwealth.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Senator Dave McCormack, about just your reaction to all of the, and it's really disappointing, the unfortunate reports about the anti-Semitism. So we have two Temple University students. They've been suspended, according to Temple's president, because of this alleged anti-Semitic situation happening. We had a local university president, apologizing and in the hot seat yesterday. And there's so much swirling, as the ADL says, that anti-Semitism is on the rise. Then one of your colleagues, I guess, it's Democratic Senator Fetterman as well. He's being criticized because he's pro-Israel, even by his own party, a lot of hit pieces. Just your reaction to all of this.
Well, I think it's, I think following October 7th, we saw something that I think surprised many of us, which is beneath the surface, this horrible anti-Semitism on our nation's campuses, on the campus of Penn, on the campus of the University of Pittsburgh. A young man from my campaign was assaulted on the Pitt campus by protesters. So this was a very, very sad development, and it's persisted. And the reason it's persisted is because we don't have leaders standing up and clearly pushing back on anti-Semitism and enforcing the laws and regulations on college campuses that make it unacceptable. And here you have Senator Fetterman, who, Senator Fetterman's a different party. We have our more than our fair share of disagreements, but he is an authentic man. He fights for what he believes. He's been a strong voice on Israel, a strong voice against anti-Semitism. And because his party doesn't like it, they're, putting all these hit pieces out and really coming after him. And none of that happened, by the way, when he was running against Dr. Oz and had his stroke, the Democratic Party was behind him. Now that his positions are deviating from the mainstream of the Democratic Party, Senator Fetterman is under attack from his own party, which I think is a real disgrace.
Yeah, it is a disgrace. So I know that you're very proud of the Moms Act, and you're partner with that Republican Katie Britt. And so can you tell us a little bit about the Moms Act? And I also wondered, I don't know if Dina is part of, and forgive me, but your wife Dina, you're actually, and congratulations on your book, New York Times best-selling book. But I know that First Lady Melania is going to be talking about moms in the military, so I just want to weave this together and ask you about the Moms Act first.
Well, certainly my commitment to the Moms Act is certainly inspired in part by having, an incredible mom myself and 6 great daughters and a great wife who are very focused on the fact, we all are, that it's tougher and tougher for families to have children. You see our replacement rate, the birth rate is down relative to what it needs to be to keep our population even at the same level. It's getting harder and harder for families to have children. It's more and more expensive. And so the Moms Act was a bill that, as you said, Senator Britt really introduced to support women during the most challenging phases of motherhood, prenatal, postpartum, and early childhood development, and make more resources available and assistance available to help them navigate what can be very challenging economically. So I supported 100% during the campaign. I also said that I think we should increase the child tax credit, increase or create a child care tax credit. And if you remember, Don, something that got a lot of attention, I think some criticism, but also a lot of support, was the fact that I said and will introduce, I haven't yet, but will introduce an IVF tax credit, because IVF is so expensive that families that are struggling economically, who are struggling to have children, cannot afford IVF to do that. And that was something as a CEO that I ensured every employee in my company had. So this is part of a broader support for moms and families agenda. And, I really compliment Senator Britt for coming out right in this Congress early on to get it done.
Well, for you and your wife, Dina, congratulations on your New York Times best-selling book now. Hugely popular, so we hope that we can catch up with you on your book tour.
We'd love it. Don, thank you,
Thank
as
you.
always, for having us on a busy news day.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Senator Dave McCormack. So I know we've talked a lot about his book, and he was limited in time, pushback in between all the meetings. So it's a good day. It's a win. President Trump, my goodness, he's holding this news conference and maybe tap dancing right up until the noon hour when he'll be joined by the First Lady. The commemorations and the celebrations continue. But celebrating mothers, heading into Mother's Day weekend, Larry my husband did score a good brunch place. I'm very proud of him. He planned ahead.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a brunch fan.
Yeah.
This is news
After
to me.
church.
This is
I'm not usually a brunch person.
Oh, come on, no?
No.
Are you a mimosa person? Like if you're going out to brunch after church, no mimosa.
never.
It's Mother's Day, celebrate.
No.
No.
I want the cappuccino.
Okay.
I want a good
Now
coffee with maybe 3 shots of espresso.
We actually have to look at menus when we go out to make sure that there is a good avocado toast on the menu.
Really?
And it has to be mashed, not sliced.
Uh-oh.
Do you have any kind of specific desires for food for your brunch?
No.
It's not for me. That's for Maisie, by the way. I'm not an avocado guy.
Mother's Day, we do the Bluebell Inn. They have just the best Mother's Day. It's amazing.
Yeah?
But everybody has their favorite.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you an Eggs
We love
Benedict
it.
person? I don't mean to keep bragging.
No,
Just this last question. Are you an eggs base or a starch base? Like, are you getting...
Eggs.
Okay, gotcha. Me too.
Yeah.
Like, I can't do the French toast as an entree or pancakes or...
Well, somebody, that's the nice thing about a buffet. You can do like a little pancake. You can
Yeah.
do a little cheat
Those are
on
good.
Mother's Day or, special time. But I'm an egg. Now, Larry likes the Eggs Benedict.
Yeah.
That's what... I'm not like all the frou-frou in the sauce.
Well, it's a good
I don't
place
like
if they can do an Eggs Benedict correct. It's a good judge.
Delicioso.
When the cooks can do a good poached egg, they're doing it right. Right?
It's so funny we laughed in Italy because they don't do... America, we love big breakfast. They're not about the big breakfast.
What do they do, like pastries?
Just a little something.
Yeah.
Not even something real sweet, just like a little scone and cappuccino, that's it.
Really?
Yeah. Very simple.
So essentially, you live the Italian lifestyle.
I do.
Because
I do. I could move. I love Italy.
Yeah.
It's, you know how usually when you travel and you say, "Oh, I can't wait to come home," but I would say, but I'm
beware,
not
Greg.
like
We might have a ditcher here.
I know. If I ever just run off, then you'll find me.
If Dawn disappears, we know she's in Italy.
Right?
Yeah.
If I win the lottery, baby, I'm in Isle of Capri. Come visit me. Lake Como. You know what I mean? I'll have a little place. You know, Ocean City, New Jersey, and then maybe like Isle of Capri. How's that?
Crepes? You like crepes?
Sure.
Yeah. Stuffed crepes or just plain crepes with like
plain.
syrup? Yeah. Little powdered sugar on top?
A little bit. A little bit goes a long way.
You ever have what's the place down the shore? There's a place in Atlantic City that does the pancakes really thin. They're actually pancakes, but they have blueberries in them too. Gilchrist's.
Yes.
Really good, man.
So good.
Yeah.
Yum. You're making me so hungry.
I'm sorry.
I know, and I have this cold.
This is what happens whenever Don brings up
like,
food too. It's like a 10-minute conversation.
I know.
I just go down this path.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, how you feeling? You gonna make it to Mother's Day?
I'm fine. I feel fine. It's
Yeah.
just I'm losing my voice with these allergies and everything, so I apologize.
It's not a bad thing.
Got this low voice.
I think the audience can agree. This
I know.
might not be such a bad thing. That's change your voice.
Well, and I love the YouTube. I love our interaction because when we have the news conference, then I get to like listen to the news conference and we get to, chat with each other. So that's fun too and interact.
Big news, breaking news in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We have a great community there. One thing I want to point out, Dawn, is when we do these press conferences, you, Rich, Justin does it a lot of times, Justin Otero. The talent here, we love to interact with the audience. So youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you can have your chance to talk with Dawn directly a lot of times. Bryn Mawr Builder's a regular in the chat, a liberal, left-leaning individual, I think, or maybe just a critical of Trump a lot of times. But today, Dawn, as to your point, no one can say anything bad. Even Bryn Mawr Builders, nice boost for the president today.
Ooh.
It'll do him well, energize him. He's seen down the last few days, but this will boost his spirits.
Nice. And Sarah, thank you for the champagne. I haven't seen it yet, but Phil Almquist has the champagne for us. He said I have to stop by and so thank you. I love you. Although I wanted to drink it with you. So thank you, Sarah.
I tried to make
for
it
the
happen.
Trump champagne.
Just saying.
I know.
Sarah was with me. She knows. I made an effort.
855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpractice your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
So it's a great news day and a victory day, if you will, for President Trump and upcoming First Lady Melania Trump. She'll be speaking and joining President Trump as they announce, she'll be talking about mothers in the military, and she's welcoming in all these women. I think it would be a perfect day if we knew that our Philadelphia policeman who was shot in that crazy situation outside Overbrook High School, if we could learn that he was taken out of critical condition. So we know he's out of surgery, thank God, and he was up, he was talking. It's such good news. A stomach wound, that's a tough wound and tough to heal from, as that bullet had been shot toward the ground, ricocheted up, and so keep praying for him. And I love that Mayor Parker, as well as our police commissioner, just asked the city to pray for our policemen. I think that's so important.
Latest update from 6ABC came about 40 minutes ago, and they said he is on the road to recovery. He's working his way through it, and seems to be pulling through. So happy to hear that.
Thank God. Yeah. They still have him critical, but he's stable, so that's important.
Good.
But out of the OR, so at least one surgery. I don't know if there were multiple surgeries, but you think about that happened after school before 3 p.m.
26 years old.
I know, 26 years young.
Graduated Academy 2024, new to the force.
Yeah.
Recently assigned to the 19th District just in March.
And the fact that this was one of the grown-ups, this was not one of the kids, right? This was a 30-year-old man identified by the police commissioner, Kevin Bethel, as Deshaun Shea, charged, serious charges here, but charged with aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, because in truth, that bullet, as it was shot toward the ground, could have ricocheted, it could have hit somebody in the head, could have killed a kid or one of the officers or a teacher. It was just really up. And Bethel, you heard the commissioner yesterday during that news conference talking about it. So as police said, and the commissioner said, I couldn't say it any better. This is one of the grown-ups, but a 30-year-old. So I would doubt a parent, or was it? So we don't know what was he doing there? And that's another piece of this. Why was he there in the middle of this? But reportedly, they said at the scene, the gunman actually was trying to stop the fighting and thought that if he would shoot into the ground, that he would maybe shock the kids and cause them to disperse. That was initially what was thought. Obviously, a reckless move. But thank God, the officer, our police officer thus far is pulling out of this one. So we'll continue our live coverage, live and local, with reporting on the police, with reporting on the Surgeon General choice, reporting on a big day for Trump, and we have Dom Giordano on deck and good to go. Hey, Dom.
Hey, thanks, Dawn. Yeah, we'll break down. There's a lot more detail on the big UK deal, and the markets love it.
And my favorite, the Dean of Decency goes toe-to-toe with Cash Patel, Madeline Dean, and comes out much lesser. And Bob Harv de Graafs, the commissioner in Bucks County, plays the Hitler card yesterday.
A great Dom show. I'm losing my voice, so I'm...
Pineapple juice.
Yes, and the nettle tea, thanks to Tracy.
Nettle tea?
Nettle.
Well,
Okay, that's good, but the pineapple juice
Pineapple?
is I always recommend. Remember Bonner? What's the name?
That's right.
Yeah.
All
Water
right.
it down, Dan. Where's that pineapple juice stock I told you to keep?
I heard it was lemon juice with cayenne pepper.
No, that's horrible. That's Beyonce losing weight. Dawn doesn't need to do that. She needs pineapple juice.
I'll try anything. Dom shows now.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazz Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
I guess that was British. The UK, that's going to give us our side question today. The big deal, and the markets are responding accordingly. I only have one complaint. Dom always has a complaint with this whole thing here. Shut that Lutnick guy up. Make him sit down. Get him out of there. He had nothing to do with this. This was Trump and the Brits and the Prime Minister and the whole thing. And there are things in here that are very positive all the way around, and Wall Street's responding, and I think it's legit. Prior to this, well, first of all, this will bring in a guesstimated extra $5 billion in exports, $6 billion in tariffs. prior to this, the Brits' tariff rate on us was 5.1%. Now it'll be 1.8. Our tariff rate was 3.4, and after this, it'll be 10%. So the media going out of their way to try to diminish this in a way that's typical. All right, so this isn't the biggest news when Trump teased that the other day, I don't think. I think it's the Abraham Accords tomorrow. No one's told me that, but that's where I'm going. But it is a big deal. Boy, Fox still awaiting smoke on day 2 of the Papal Conclave.
Will the producers take off the week?
What, Dan? Get on that bat phone there. Tell them to put that little bird in the bottom over there and go with what we're talking about, the UK deal.
Like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, but we do have several cuts we'll lead with here that are just riveting, and 3 Biden cuts that are not. But we want Biden. We want both Bidens out there, and Crockett. I'd love to see Biden and Crockett on the same shows. Get them out there as much as possible. The more they're out there, they're killing the Democrats, just killing them. Biden says today that Kamala Harris called him for advice. Could you see them going, oh, my God, which one's worse, him or her? So the ladies on The View were firing hardball questions. We'll play those.
Hardball questions.
I'll get to those, but I kind of changed my mind looking at these Fox producers. I want to start.
Oh, we're doing the Pope?
No, we're doing the Seagull show today. I told you about extra on Seagull. Up there, stop voice. Gone in there suffering. No voice stuff. So I want to start with my indictment of the suburbs. We know Montgomery County's gone. It's Little Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is sounding more reasonable than the suburbs. These progressives over in Delaware County just lost a big one yesterday to the locals who just want to have health inspections of local businesses that are reasonable. Not these progressives now, this gaggle that run Delaware County. What did they raise taxes? 23%? They want to have one all-consuming health commissioner come in and shut businesses down. Then we move over to the 2 I want to talk about. First, you people in Montgomery County that elected the all-time insufferable. This woman is beyond insufferable. I may have to send the producers and I on a chase to go back. The only time I ever had Madeline Dean on, and we were talking about pothole fixing, and it ended up in a war.
Wait, over potholes?
Over potholes.
No.
She thought they were fixing them enough.
Do we have audio of that?
If you go back, she did an interview.
Let's check the archive, yeah.
Yeah, she was a state rep then, on her way
on
up.
potholes.
Yeah, on potholes.
And you argued over potholes.
Bad in the pronunciation of her name. My God, you know how I hate that.
Did you try employing like a Chinese company to fix said potholes?
Well, or yeah, they were going to be a bicycle company like her husband's with the slave laborer in there in China. Yeah. So she goes toe-to-toe with Kash Patel yesterday of the FBI and comes out an even bigger loser than she usually does. But I want to start off with our boy over there in Bucks County. So yesterday, you had the usual suspects, the mob of illegal immigration, going after Fred Herron, who I'm inviting right here officially to Mulligan's. Johnny, we're going to need a bigger place. I've already invited 100 people if they all show up, as one of our people of the year. Because he is following the law. He's going to be one of 4 counties in Pennsylvania. He's the sheriff in Bucks that are going to do this 287 thing where they're going to help take dangerous illegals off the streets. And in Bucks County, they erupted yesterday. So Bob Harvey, who's running against Brian Fitzpatrick, at the end of this commissioners meeting, and thanks to you, Dan, for sitting through this.
I didn't sit through much. I just,
okay.
I just get talking on Bob Harvey.
Diane Morsaglia, the regrettable one, had some stuff to say after more blonding of her hair.
I don't know if this coincides with anything, but late January, they stopped putting out their videos on YouTube Live. Isn't that about when Scott Pressler went?
That's when Scott Pressler did go in and let them have it.
Yeah. So it was kind of hard to find the video. You have to go to a Bucks County meeting portal to get it now, rather than their YouTube page.
That's why I had trouble today with it. So Bob Harvey, you're going to hear him here tell us he's a former teacher, and then he starts tap dancing about Hitler and Fred Herron, who's Jewish, and how the country is moving toward what it was like pre-Nazi Germany. In Bucks County, Doylestown, run for the hills. They're Sieg Heiling down Main Street there in Doylestown. Who knew? My goodness. What is wrong with people in the suburbs? Not our listeners. We were in Phoenixville the other night. What's wrong with suburban Philadelphia? Why did they lose their minds? Too much fluoride in the water? Not enough fluoride? So listen to Commissioner Harvey. Then we'll play you the showdown of Madeline Dean and Cash Patel. Here's Harvey.
Tomorrow marks the 80th anniversary of what's known as VE Day, Victory in Europe, the end of World War II, at least in the European part of theater. I was a history nerd from the time I was a little kid, and possibly because I had 4 great uncles, 5 actually, who served in World War II, who I got to know a little bit before they passed, possibly because I had 2 grandfathers who were both involved in manufacturing or flying airplanes, not in the military, but books about airplanes, models of airplanes, pieces of airplanes, all over both houses. I got into World War II. I got into history, became a teacher for that reason. World War II has always been the era that I was always most familiar with. And so as I think about VE Day being 80 years ago, it's kind of fascinating for me because I grew up with men who fought in World War II, who were at D-Day.
They actually brought the violin player with them.
Flew missions over Germany, who were Marines in the South Pacific and the Philippines.
What's the time limit here?
I knew and had speakers from, veterans from World War II come into classrooms.
That's okay. I want people to hear it.
He goes on for 20 years.
Oh, yeah, let's get to the meat of it. All
Allowing
right.
kids to ask questions of Bucks County citizens, residents, who liberated Paris.
Okay, let's just get to where you
All right, so they're popping champagne in Paris.
Yeah. 80 years ago. It's kind of fascinating for me because I grew up with men who fought in World War II, who were at D-Day, who flew missions.
Yeah, I went to the wrong spot there, Don. So we'll get there for you in a second.
Marines in the South Pacific.
Sorry. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's my fault.
I'll wait till you. Just one update. And Henry, you may want to see this now. It's not on the cuts I was able to find for you, but Jill Biden jumped into the ring here.
No,
on
she
The View.
didn't.
Yeah, she jumped into the ring when they asked about Biden's mental acuity. He just sipped and
She pulled a Belichick.
This woman is, look, I know Meghan Markle's impossible, but Jill Biden grates on me. Probably sexism dominant. She has a doctorate and you don't. That could be it, or that she is insufferable. Sorry to interrupt myself. White smoke.
Really?
White smoke.
Yeah.
Dan. All right, it's white smoke. Bob Harvey. Hold up, Bob. Hold up,
that's
Bob.
been taken.
Wow. All right.
This is quite frequent timing. This is day 2 of the new pope. We've been waiting for this vote. White smoke. Any moment. We'll see if this pope comes from the conservative wing of the party, the progressive wing, or is one of those consensus candidates. We know that the pope has 3 outfits, one of each size, so he will have something that he fits in. In about 40 minutes from now, we will hear those words ring out that a new pope has been chosen, and we will see who that pope is come out live on the balcony. Harris, we've been waiting for this moment. You've been covering it for the last 2 days.
So I want to talk a little bit about what comes next. So it takes them about 40 minutes before they will let us know, sometimes a little bit longer than that. But traditionally, we'll know within the next hour, maybe before we end here on Outnumbered, who the next pope is. This is the 4th vote. The first 3 we already knew the results of. So we were waiting and have been on chimney watch, as it can be called. And we knew that we might not get a black smoke vote because they don't do those for every announcement now after they're past the first couple. So we knew that if we were going to see smoke and be watching it, it would be the announcement of a pope. So we have been watching this for the last 45 minutes. And if you were watching, you probably heard me say, historically, we're in the zone now between the 4th and 5th votes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll know. We'll bring you as soon as we know the name of the Pope. Rick Santorum, we flew him, great expense, to Rome. Well, Newsmax did, and we're just bank shotting. Rick Santorum will be here at 1:30. Maybe we should go to him even earlier. 12:30.
No, 12:30. Yeah, he's coming up here.
12:30. So you might want to push him back a little bit. Consider these guys drag on forever.
I think we got to bring one sooner now.
Well.
Oh yeah, you want to know once the Pope is announced.
Once I know who the Pope is, we want to get him to lock it up and tell us what he thinks of this person. That they did it this quick tells me it's probably one of these like rhino popes if I had to. Notice mixing all my metaphors here. In other words, a pope in name only, kind of the establishment figure. Not a Francis, but not a conservative pope. That's what it tells me, but we'll see here in a second.
Yeah, now you can go with
All
your
right,
YouTube
now-
alert, youtube.com/@12WPHT. We're showing live footage from the Vatican Square as we see that smoke pillow out.
Yeah, and the bell's ringing and everything else. So as soon as we have this, and we have Rick Santorum there on the spot, what luck today to talk about this. All right, we'll go to it when we know who the person is. We'll bring you that. Wanted to go back to Bob Harvey, though. So yesterday, you get the setting. All Fred Herring is doing is protecting people in Bucks County against vicious criminals that are among us. People that are out because of Bob Harvey, Marsaglia, Jim Kenney. Okay.
I got the spot queued up.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the spot
But
queued up where you
listen to
wanted.
what history nerd and candidate against Brian Fitzpatrick, Bob Harv de Grasse, eventually gets to about just taking these people off the streets of Bucks County. Here's what he said.
It is, for someone who's spent a lot of time studying World War II, it is, there are definite parallels that I see happening, not nearly as great as what happened in 1920s Italy or 1930s Germany, but certainly, not too far away from being in the same ballpark. And so it's concerning, and it's something that I think all of us need to be more focused on. So I don't know how many World War II veterans are remaining here in Bucks County. There are probably a few. Obviously, they're in their late 90s or some of the centenary. But it certainly I got to know many of them. I got to know a lot of World War II vets, and it's the history, the stories they told. It's sad to know that we're going to probably lost at this point, but let's not lose the big picture. Let's not lose the fact that this country, when it wanted to, when it became necessary, saved the world. And we did it working together, and we did it fighting for freedom and democracy, and we did it by leading the world and building alliances and focusing on what we could do using our power, our wealth, our knowledge, our strength to make the world a better place.
All right, you coward. That's my response. Henry's invited him on. And I'll tell you, you don't get to go Hitler card. You don't get to go Weimar Republic goes to Nazis, Hitler marching down there in Bucks County, buddy. Around a guy who's protecting people. And by the way, just wait, even though the Pope is here now, let me just for a moment talk about this guy. The willing henchman, he and Marsaglia. Were they protecting democracy and the Constitution? First of all, Bobby, history buff, we're a republic. Stop saying democracy. We're a republic. Were you doing that when your henchmen were out there putting chains up saying you can't vote after 12:30, when our listeners to this show were out there standing in line, a woman in a wheelchair in heat, just trying to vote, just trying to put in their mail-in ballot because they don't trust the system? Why would they with guys like you? Was that the Constitution that was propelling what went on in Bucks County, at Levittown, and wherever the other place was? People waiting in lines for hours, and you're telling them to go home as you sat there as henchmen. Was that Nazi Germany? It certainly wasn't the Constitution. You're a coward. Come on the show. Come in studio. We'll give you an hour of me. Give me some history lessons. So what are you saying here, Commissioner Harvey? Are you saying Trump is Hitler light? That appears to be. Is Fred Herring, who's Jewish? How dare you? Talk about a guy protecting the citizens that you and Marsaglia wouldn't know how to do. The heads of the Montgomery County would not know how to do. We know the Chester County Democrats, they let a guy escape who murdered people. Remember that? They still got reelected somehow or another. Then there's Philadelphia. It's a murderer's row of people that don't want to protect Americans. And this nerd, gone off on this, but you're a coward. You didn't get it said. Say what you want to say. Trump is the presaging of Hitler. And we all have to come together to fight something that you want. All right, let me give you the side question. We'll certainly be right there. We get Bill Donahue on today, the Catholic League. We got Rick Santorum in Rome coming up at some point as we have a new pope. But the UK deal here, by the way, look, you could be pro-Trump, but you don't need to say, Dan, some people on Twitter are saying, is it just me or is it a conspiracy that they put the white smoke up just after Trump signed the UK deal?
Whoa! Did Trump sign a deal with the Conclave?
Oh, that's right. No, he doesn't want the Pope story to be out there. He wants the UK to be the story of the day. All right, so our side question.
So just a producer note, Dom. Very fluid show today. I'm communicating with Santorum. We're going to hope to have him as soon as the Pope is announced. James Fitzpatrick also playing the game with us. Very fluid. Knows that we'll have him join when we can as well.
Okay, exactly. Thank you. Not Brian Fitzpatrick, James Fitzpatrick. Side question today, the UK, Great Britain. Hit us with something British. I'll take off the board Winston Churchill, and I'll take off the board, what's the other one I wrote down here? I think I have a negative one. I'll save the negative one. Oh, the stiff upper lip. In other words, they are resilient people.
They are.
The bombing in World War II, and I've been to Britain a couple times, and you do get the sense of that. How about yours, Dan?
Dom, we're going to take it out to 1977 when the London Auction House did a tour of the West Country of England and did the first ever, Dom, series documentary program of Antiques Roadshow, a show that I still watch to this day, well, the Americanized version. But when you talk about a stiff upper lip, all I can think of are the accents on the UK version of the Antiques Roadshow, Dom.
Well, you know,
that's a very nice painting you have there.
British is a prestige language, Dan. You wouldn't watch this. Henry may not either. But I'll tell you this. It's annoying, these people, when you have too many Brits and they speak quickly on the Golf Channel. They bother.
Oh, yeah.
The British accent is prestige, but only for a while. Then it becomes like, what the heck? What are they speaking here? To me, I prefer more of
it's a whispered tone too.
Yeah, it's a whispered tone.
Yeah, and you can't watch with captions because it's live, and then they're lagging behind.
And it is in English. Go figure.
Yeah.
Henry, what's yours? Oh, there we go. Yes.
How about a spot of tea?
Spot of tea. Yes,
and then how about with Trump looking to reopen Alcatraz, how about we take someone that starred in The Rock, Sir Sean Connery?
That's an okay accent. You almost.
I'm trying here.
Well, wait a minute. I think you're going UK then, right?
Is he not British?
Oh no, Scottish.
Oh, all right, never mind that.
That's okay.
Oh, it's the UK.
I just looked up British actor.
We'll put it out there. That's okay. We're rescind that last part.
Good try though, Henry.
Get Bob Harvey on the
we'll
phone
do someone else
now.
then. Idris Elba.
Get Bob Harvey.
So Idris Elba. Yeah, let's throw it out there.
Get Bob Harvey's answer to the side question.
How much money are you going to save from these tariffs on your tea, Dom? Like 10 grand?
You know what? That's it. Well,
you have like 18 bags a day.
I do have free tea bags here, thanks to sources here at the station. They finally have put in the ones I want. Just a little tip. I love the Tazo.
That's American
Great tea. Is that American? I thought it was organic chai. Regenerative. It regenerates here.
Dom, come on.
There you go.
Kent, Washington. There you go.
Okay.
Look at you. Look, you're drinking American.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Washington State, I don't like this, so that's a problem.
Yeah, we don't like those Earl Grey people.
We will tell you who the Pope is once he comes out. He's trying on all three outfits to see which one in different sizes works for him. I don't even see any betting odds or any inside story here. They kept this pretty much under their belt. Yeah, they're ringing the bells. The seagull's gone. The white smoke is there. And people are just, anytime there's something there that is a new Pope, they go crazy. All right, so it's 855.
I love the Swiss Guard uniforms, by the way.
What's this guy think about the Latin Mass? That's what I want to know. There's a big Latin Mass story today. Only 4% of Catholics go to Latin Masses, but it's a big deal.
Hey, look, it's Rick Santorum.
Oh, where?
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
On the video feed.
All right.
There's a lot of people.
Boy, it's amazing. We have our own guy. Just like Fox has their guy, we have them there. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board right now.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh, so how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At United Tire and Service, they take care of more than just your car. They support your community. That's why this May, they're proud to partner with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Whether you need service or not, stop by your local United Tire location and make a donation, because United Tire will match your gift dollar for dollar to help bring hope, healing, and brighter days to local children and their families. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, so it's Dom time here. We have a new pope. We'll bring you the name in the background. We have Rick Santorum, our buddy. They're covering it for Newsmax in Rome. We'll go to him in mere minutes and see what he can tell us about it. They're playing up the drama. They're not announcing the guy yet, but we'll see. 855-839-1210. You got the side question today. Something UK, something British with this deal. And it is a really good deal. The media trying to tank the stock market. Shut up. Stop it already. I'm looking at the 401k by the second here. Wow. This is good. We got a field goal, long field goal on the board with the UK. There are going to be several more. I would predict 3, 4, or 5 by the end of next week. So finally, the saner minds and heads, Besant is there. we're moving forward. Here's Madeline Dean, part 1 with Cash Patel. This insufferable. She is the face of the Philadelphia suburbs. What happened to them? Madeline Dean, we tagged her way back when, the Dean of Decency. Here she is with the FBI director. YouTube alert. 9, Dan.
As you and the president continue to weaponize and investigate his perceived enemies, as you follow this blueprint, when can I, a former impeachment manager, expect the FBI hardware?
Yeah.
Dwight Schrute over here.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you want to know who was targeted by a weaponized FBI? Me. You want to know how and why?
Well,
you want to know what I'm doing to fix it?
That. Let me move on.
Well, you should read the
topic.
book because there's no enemies list on that book.
So
there are
you-
people that violated their constitutional obligations and their duties to the American people,
That's good. You
and they
gave
were
them due
rightly
process.
called out,
I'm
and
changing
you should
topics.
give that book to every one of your constituents so they can read about it.
I won't be doing that.
That's their loss.
During your Senate confirmation hearings, you repeatedly denied having any involvement as a private citizen in the firing of FBI officials who engaged in the prosecution against January 6 insurrectionists. The violent rioters who beat and killed Capitol police officers.
No one was killed
and
there.
whom you
No
referred
one was
to as
killed.
political prisoners. Since then, multiple whistleblowers have come forward, and we know that you likely committed perjury. At the same hearing, you claimed you were not familiar with Stu Peters, an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier, despite the fact that you appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 separate times. 8 times.
Stu Peters?
And you claimed not to recall. Mr. Patel, my second question is, should we worry more about your memory or your veracity?
We should worry more about your lack of candor. You're accusing me of committing perjury. Tell the American people how I broke the law and committed a felony. Have the audacity to actually put the facts
then
forward
the answer is
instead of
both.
lying for political banter so you can have a 20-second donation hit.
The answer is both. I believe that the
The
men and
answer is
women of
you're
the
failing, not
I
me.
reclaim my time.
Go ahead.
Oh, the reclaiming. She's always reclaiming the time. Maybe it's in Chinese time. One more. This is cut 16. Here's a little bit more of the line of question.
Going to go to the president and straighten out that gulf?
I'll do what I've always done and represent the American people, defend this country, and make sure the Constitution is always upheld and the FBI is never weaponized. Maybe you should do the same.
So you agree with the president when he says he doesn't know if he should uphold his constitutional duty?
If you want to just keep putting words in my mouth, the TV cameras are outside.
I thank you. I yield back. Again, this is an unserious moment.
All right. The next one, Dan, I think is with Patty Murray or one of them in the Senate about no FBI employee will lose their job over working on the January 6th investigation. We'll hold that one in abeyance. All right. We're going to go to Rome momentarily and talk with Rick Santorum, former Senator Santorum, there in the square. And it will be interesting to see if we can hear him. I hope he gets inside or something.
Not only here, but can you have a connection with all these people on their phones? You know.
Oh, God. All right, but we will announce who the new pope is and get his take on that pope. That's all coming up here with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk about Dr. Bentz, though, for a moment. Yesterday, I was at Dr. Bentz, routine cleaning, and I met one of our great listeners who told me she went to another dentist, and the guy said, "Oh, you're going to have to get dentures," the dreaded word. She said, "I'm vintage, but I'm not giving up on this." And she said it was a moment, an epiphany. She's driving, lives in the Springhouse area, and heard me talk about Dr. Bentz. That's where she went, and presto, showed me multiple times this giant smile yesterday right there in Dr. Bentz's office. I can't tell you how good it feels every time I meet a person, a patient that we sent to Dr. Bentz with those kinds of results. I've been telling you about my own dental implant, how that's going. And Dr. Bentz knows that your implant journey, if that's what you do, needs a comprehensive diagnosis where you make that choice, or you make the choice that the woman I met yesterday made versus another guy telling her about dentures. Dr. Bentz will explain in detail the options available. The right decision, that's there for you. Get the smile that you've always wanted, the great dental health that we all need. Call Dr. Bentz right now, 610-272-6949. Get that appointment. Visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. But They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazz Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Might be a difficult connect at some point here with Senator Rick Santorum, thanks to the Earl of Tacony sending along a cheat sheet, holding it up on YouTube, of the possible popes. I mean, if they chose Cardinal Raymond Leo Burke, I think he's St. Louis. He's very conservative. I think this guy has zero shot. I almost said the devil has more of a shot with this group, but who knows? I think it's going to be a traditionalist, a pope in name only, like a rhino pope, more than anything here. But the Pope still has, at least a Pope like Francis, a tremendous amount of significance of how that plays out, of what he's about. 1.4 billion people, even though, you know what's happened here, the significance has waned. I'm in a camp that says it's waned in the United States. But around the world, it's still a huge player, that number of people. And, simple things like the Latin Mass. I saw a story today. Only 4% of Catholics go to Latin Masses. But the significance, remember what happened with the FBI and the Latin Mass? We saw them taking down license plates. Oh, they're going to a Latin Mass. They must be radicals. There are people that would yearn for a pope that goes back to the Catholic Church versus what Francis has done. So we'll see. It might take a while to break down and see what this individual does, but any moment now, we're told, the Pope will emerge from the balcony, and the world will have a sense of where this goes next. The issue that I'd like to see is the Pope's direction, not that I'm that hopeful, for these American Catholic Democrats that get away with murder. They get the political seal of I'm a Catholic and I'm for abortion under any circumstance at any time. That's where it has gone, and it's pretty powerful. So we'll let you know when the Pope emerges. We've been talking about Madeleine Dean and the showdown with Kash Patel yesterday, the new FBI director. You heard some of that. And again, just any day that you take it, the suburbs of Philadelphia, is it the Republican Party is that ineffectual? Am I to believe that just progressives have taken over the entire suburban Philadelphia area? I mean, we might have on tomorrow the author of that piece in the Bucks County Courier-Times. Now we're in Central Bucks. You have a teacher making $191,000 a year. It's the story of the last 15 to 20 years here. How in the world Philadelphia has moved out to the suburbs. So we played you, Dean. We played you, Bob Harvey, bringing up essentially Hitler, just because the new sheriff or the sheriff over in Bucks County wants to protect us, wants to take illegals that are criminals or more criminal than just breaking into the country, wants to put the fear of God in them and take them off the streets. Why in the world would you lecture people about World War II and Hitler, as the commissioner did yesterday? Because that's their mindset. That's where these people are. All right, side question is 855-839-1210. You can get in. Hit us with that, whatever you associate with UK, Great Britain. That's what we're looking for. I don't know tomorrow if we'll do something on the Pope or Vatican City. I was there once years ago when we went to Italy. It was impressive. We didn't get an audience with the Pope. Nancy Pelosi and others do.
This event's amazing. Like the tradition here,
and
to think of how
the
pageant, and to think of how many or how long this has been going on. Like,
oh yeah, I did see today that one time a conclave took 3 years, but back then they were allowed to go out and go home and all that. But it took 3 years before they picked the Pope. You get locked up. You're going to want to get out of there. Totally. Maybe it has something to do with it. I'm still surprised, and that tells me that this will not be this huge revolutionary figure like from Africa or Mongolia or something. It tells me it's going to be an insider. Is what it'll be.
Sorry, that was some of the C-SPAN.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go. We got the visual up there right now, and what we see is we see all the marching going on as we get set in place, and we're currently waiting for the Pope to emerge from his balcony.
Yeah, and we'll continue talking about everything else. When we get that, then we'll be able to give you a line on who the person is.
Santorum, Dom, it's doing the one ring, go to voicemail.
Okay,
so what I think is happening is probably overloaded with service right now.
Okay.
Well, cell service.
Yeah, we'll have Bill Donahue on from the Catholic League, too, once we know. Dan, I want to play Cut 8. When we get the Pope, we'll go back to it. Bernie Sanders yesterday. All right, so I believe Pope Francis was a socialist, maybe even a Marxist. We know that Bernie Sanders is a Marxist. So Bernie's on with Brett Baer yesterday, and Brett just asked him a simple question. How do you take private jets to go on the oligarchy tour, or as he calls it, the oligarchy? He's hunting owls out there. Listen to Sanders' response about why he takes private jets to go on these tours. Cut 8.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Alyssa Slotkin, senator from Michigan, she said you shouldn't be using oligarch. It's over people's head. You've gotten criticized from other people. Free Beacon says Bernie Sanders spent $221,000 on private jets fighting the oligarchy tour, paid for by friends of Bernie Sanders. That you've spent millions of dollars in campaign funds on private jet travel over the years. How do you push back on both of those things?
When's the last time you saw Donald Trump during a campaign mode at National Airport?
No. It doesn't. But he's also not fighting the oligarchy.
No. you run a campaign and you do 3 or 4 or 5 rallies in a week. the only way you can get around to talk to 30,000 people. Think I'm going to be sitting on a waiting line at United?
Did you say 30,000 people?
Waiting,
Yeah,
30,000 people are waiting. That's the only way you can get around. No apologies.
Oh, he said they're waiting on him.
Campaign travel is about, we've done it in the past, we're going to do it in the
Found
future.
they're sitting there in the stadium waiting for him as he flies. That's what he there.
Yeah, it might be AOC, too.
Doesn't want to keep him waiting.
Maybe we should get the AFL-CIO guy on. Maybe he'd say the same thing. No, what it is they are going to do whatever the hell they want, and they don't care, and the people that support them don't care. Brett Baer's right. Trump wasn't running against billionaires. You're running against billionaires.
If he was really a man of the people, he wouldn't fly around private. He'd just get TSA pre-check.
No, get that out of here. No, not even TSA. If you want to be a man of the people, the man of the people that I think of.
That's right.
John Madden. Get a Madden bus. Get an electric
That's
bus.
how you go, Bernie.
Go city to city. Plan out your route a little bit better, and you can just drive on your bus from city to city.
Yeah, it's the Senate doesn't ever seem to be doing anything anyhow. That's exactly right. Now, the John Madden bus, and make it electric. You're right.
Yeah.
And
he can get his big ugly face on the side
and drive it a little bit, as I have, a man of the people. Yeah, you can't be.
You've driven a bus?
Yeah, I've driven the trailer. Sure. Oh. Overnight, they put me in the overnight duty too.
Really?
Quite effect. Yeah,
I would not want to ride near that truck.
Oh man,
anywhere near.
I needed both feet. By the way,
that's actually an instance where you do need both feet to drive.
I think I have an announcement. I think they're going to let me ride the tram cars again, particularly if they change them to the new Ford to Maverick thing.
Yeah, I'm confused now. Is that going to be like a full car now? I don't know what a Maverick is.
No. I think what they're doing is they're just going to have a Maverick up front, an electric vehicle, and then they're going to have it behind them towing, rather than because how it works is the cars behind. The
How
tram
big is
car.
it's
a
right.
tow
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
How big is the Maverick? I mean,
it's a small size. Well, what they consider now a small size truck.
Oh,
probably about the size of like a 2004 F-150, like an early 2000s F-150.
Okay. Well, tell Walter Kosk. I think he was a little nervous the last time we were driving the tram car. First of all, it's like a cockpit. You can't only get in, like you're flying a plane. So, all right, the Pope, please emerge. Why in the world would the Holy Father have to keep up the drama? Come on. These poor people are waiting in the square there. We have the bands, the pageantry set. Please just come out. All right, I'm going to take a break because I don't know. I haven't seen any seagulls there. We don't know when the new Pope will come out.
I have not been able to get the seagull for an interview, Tom.
All right. And
I apologize.
I have to say, when Francis would lecture on stuff, Dan, because I've been there, you're sitting on top of maybe 100, 200, $300 billion in ornate artwork and all that. Don't lecture us about stuff. I'm not saying this Pope will. I'm talking about Francis. So 855-839-1210. We'll give you the new Pope next, hopefully, on Talk Radio 1210.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And at retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, we're waiting on the announcement of the Pope. It's Dom time, but I saw this today. It has Dan Borowski written all over it. Reddit, one of his hangouts, tells us after vast research, they have the top 5 countries. They only did 5 with the most beautiful women. Now, you know, I don't even need a country. Just Passyunk and Mifflin.
No, get out of here.
Just go there right now.
No. That is bias. You got to leave South Philly.
The first 5 that come
or
out,
Italy.
They wouldn't be Miss America. They would be Miss Universe. They're not Miss America types.
Oh, my
Passyunk
gosh.
and Mifflin. If you're driving by right now, call
Henry,
us and honk
do you
your car.
think South Philly girls are among the best looking in the world?
Without a doubt.
I don't want to upset anybody,
Yeah.
but no.
You're upsetting a vast.
You know what, though?
Yes.
There are gems and diamonds in the rough, and a diamond
Okay.
is someone that you found like Ro, an absolutely beautiful person.
Well, she's from Germantown.
Oh,
We
well,
don't count
okay.
her.
You know, I wanted to protect
She-
myself
she
because
looks like
you know.
South Philly. Absolutely. But here are, in 5th place, Russia. Their distinctive eye color. Oh, my God. These guys on Reddit are messed up.
Well, no, what do you mean they're messed up? Have you
That's-
seen Russian chicks? Well,
No.
you know, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble if I
Okay.
wait for
Yeah,
this.
there you go. In 4th place, the Czech Republic.
Interesting.
That's an interesting one.
We got the beach.
In 3rd place, and this one I could see, Greeks. Greek women.
3rd Greek.
Yeah, they're close to Italian. That's why I'm giving them a break.
Number 2 Italian then?
No. We got shut out here.
Wait, so Greeks made the list, but not
Yeah,
Italians?
Exactly.
I don't agree with
I'll give you
that.
the
I feel like
number
you'd be
one.
up in arms about that.
I'll give you the number 1, and I agree with it.
I don't mean
Now-
to offend Greek people, but
Yeah.
I,
But I'll give you number 1, and then I'm going to go back to number 2 because it's kind of the punchline. The funniest thing in
can I
here,
give you
really.
who I think is number 1?
Who do you think?
Sweden.
No.
What?
Doesn't-
Oh, I want to.
They're all just so generic. Go ahead, Henry.
Let's see. What's a country that would not work for this?
Israel. No, and
No,
I say
Israel.
that because Bar Raffaele is
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's go Austria.
That's a random answer. Well, number 1 is Colombia, and I could see that. Yeah, the Latin women.
Yeah.
But 2nd place.
Isn't that where Sofia Vergara is from?
Yes. 2nd place is Poland. Notice why I was
Oh.
saving it here.
Really?
Borowskis.
No.
Yes, the Borowskis are in 2nd, the
There's
most beautiful
absolutely-
women in the world.
Have you seen Babush?
I hear downtown Warsaw is just unbelievable. So it's Colombia, Poland, Greece, Czech Republic, Russia.
Yeah.
I don't know about
so
that.
What was the question?
The most beautiful women in the world. What
Okay,
countries,
now
by the way?
ask the Redditors to define a woman, and let's see where this goes.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's a good point.
Yes.
All right, what is it with this new pope? This guy can't be on time. He's got the crowd going crazy.
What do you mean he can't be on?
He's got to put his fits on. This is his first big
Pope
appearance.
doesn't go by time.
He's got to pick
That's right, I guess.
name.
Well, you know what? He's not doing a talk radio show in Philadelphia, too, in which I just said, and I widely believe, the average Catholic listening right now, they're so turned off to this church that, now they
Where's
might be.
France?
They might not on here.
Wow.
They might be turned back on if it's a more reasonable traditionalist pope. If they see something like that, that might be a spark. But, after Francis, there's a lot of turmoil. All right.
Denmark?
No, I only have 5. You'll have to go to the New York
I'm
Post.
Luxembourg.
Yeah.
I'm reading off the chat. Newman says Greek women are big boned. I don't know what that means. Can you dissect that?
No, I think that's a slur. I think that's against them. I think Greek women are attractive by and large. Yeah. They're close to Italians.
Said,
I would go Italy. There you go. Yes.
Italy's got to be on there. Some
Right.
Scandinavian countries got to be on there.
I can't name one Polish model.
That woman that's in all the entourage things. That name.
No, she's not.
Emmanuel
Shikri? No, she's not
there's-
Polish.
Yeah, if you Google it, now there's a woman.
Joanna
there that-
Krupa's Polish. That's the name I
No.
recognize.
Okay,
but-
there's not many Polish models.
Polish.
You're right.
You said an entourage?
Yes, entourage. That's the one. I'm not sure if she is or not. The name looks like it could be that. All right.
I don't know.
Let me move on. The Bidens, speaking of good Catholics, the Bidens were on The View. And the woman who is the Trump hater, former Trump communications person, asked about mental acuity in a gentle way. And guess who jumped into the ring? Dr. Jill Biden. I don't think we have that one, guys. So, but once again, how in the world do they think sending Biden out there, you ask a question about mental acuity, and she jumps into the ring? She is, as far as disgraceful as it gets. But the upside is, the more we see this guy, the more we see Crockett, the more we see any number of top 5 figures here, the better it looks with Trump. Just compare the split screen today, Trump going back and forth with the Brits, signing a big deal that's very good for the United States, calming the markets, and Biden unable to get a sentence out, other than saying he would have beaten Trump. This is YouTube alert. This is cut 19, Dan. Biden says he could have beaten Trump again.
1 second. I'm having a lot of trouble with my
Okay.
stuff today. Here you go.
Well, Mr. President, you had previously said that you thought that you would have won. Since then, Donald Trump won all the battleground states and made inroads with almost every major demographic, from working class voters to Hispanic men to black men. Knowing what you know now, do you think you would have beat him?
Yeah, he still got 7 million fewer votes.
Yes.
There you go. Okay. A lot of people didn't show up. Number one. Number two, they're very close in those toss-up states. It was it wasn't a slam dunk, and so look, every time I've been on the show, which I've been fortunate to be on more than once. Thanks for having me. Is that we talk? You guys don't focus on as much, and I think it's good on polling numbers, but. Let me put it this way. He's had the worst 100 days any president's ever had.
Oh,
yeah, that's a fact.
You know what? Keep on bringing him on, ladies, you dopes. Keep on bringing Dr. Jill on, and bring him on once a week at least. Bring on Crockett. Continue to bring them on. You can see what's happened today just to deal with the UK. I'm not saying it was a layup. It's a good deal on the numbers I gave you at the top today. I would say it's a long field goal in a tight game. It's a 3-pointer when you're down by 2 with 15 seconds left. It's not solidifying anything yet. India, Japan, and these others, they're on the horizon. But it's made it believable that this is working out slowly but surely. We shouldn't have gone this way, but we did, and now it's coming around. And when it does, Compare that to what the Democrats have, which is nothing. All right, so we'll give you the name of the Pope, and we'll try to tell you what that means. We'll have more of Biden. And get in on the side question. Something UK, something British, big 1 o'clock hour coming up. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazz Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, so we're waiting to see who the new Pope is, and we'll be on that. Probably Bill Donahue, Rick Santorum. The phone issue there is tremendous, but we'll give you a sense as quickly as we can of the background of this individual. I just think it's poor form to keep people waiting there this long, but, you know, I have a kind of a cynical view of the whole process at this point. It's still always a major deal, though. All right, now.
Does this signify it's a liberal-leaning guy? You know the conservative would be out there.
Yeah, the conservative would have been
right
out there,
point,
and they'd be getting the streets cleaned already. All right. So it will be interesting. Wait, these people, it looks like a soccer match, the way that they're acting here, though. It has that kind of feel. All right. So the Biden's on The View today, long awaited, and there was actually a question about mental acuity. Gentle, but mental acuity, and Dr. Jill Biden, the worst instincts. This woman jumps into the ring about how hard Joe Biden worked. Yeah, really. The split screen, Trump there with the Brits, gone over the fine details, the tariff deal, and everything else involved in this today. And then Biden, unable to put a sentence together and having the biggest cover-up in history. That's why I still think you got to get to the bottom of who was using the auto pen. Was it Dr. Jill Biden? And I think criminality's involved if they were. You just can't do that. He should have been outed by the 25th Amendment then. All right, here's a little bit of the ladies on The View, Joe Biden, and the word or phrase mental acuity.
Yeah. Mr. President, since you left office, there have been a number of books that have come out deeply sourced from Democratic sources that claim in your final year there was a dramatic decline in your cognitive abilities in the final year of your presidency. What is your response to these allegations, or are these sources wrong?
They are wrong. There's nothing to sustain that, number one. Number two, you know, think of what we were left with. We were left with a circumstance where we had an insurrection when I started. Not since the Civil War. We had a circumstance where we were in a position that the pandemic, because of the incompetence of the last outfit, end up over 1 million people dying. 1 million people dying. And we're also in a situation where we found ourselves unable to deal with a lot of just basic issues, and which I won't go into.
Yeah, I don't go into that.
And so we went to work, and we got it done. And you know, one of the things that
and Alyssa, you know, one of the things I think is that the people who wrote those books were not in the White House with us, and they didn't see how hard Joe worked every single day. I mean, he'd get up, he'd put in a full day, and then at night I'd be in bed, you know, reading my book, and he was still on the phone reading his briefings.
Playing Candy Crush.
Working with staff. I mean, it was nonstop. It's the White House, being president is not like a job. It's a lifestyle. It's a life that you live. You live it.
Say something we don't know,
hours a day.
please.
That phone can ring
Why
at
is this coming
11
from her
o'clock
and
at
not
night
Joe?
or
Yes.
2 in the morning. It's constant. You never leave it. And Joe worked really hard. I think he was a great president. And if you look at things today, give me Joe Biden anytime.
Okay, now, I know if you're driving, you drive off the road, how infuriating, etc. You got to take the long view. And the long view says every time this woman and Biden there together, the nonsense that continues. Anytime Jasmine Crockett's out there, we can name any number of these people. The more they're out there. In fact, we have Jasmine Crockett doing a ventriloquist act with a woman who was allegedly a witness and saying things to her to get her to say, who did this? Was it someone trans or was it someone Trump? Here's cut 10, Henry. Jasmine Crockett asking a witness to respond to a series of questions, Trump or trans?
So, Miss Graves, I want to play a game. It's called Trump or Trans. You ready? Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me whether or not it is Trump or trans people that are responsible. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. The first one, gutted medical research.
Trump.
Kidnapping Americans and sending them to foreign countries, a.k.a. deporting them.
Trump.
Driving us into a recession.
It's a new game.
Increasing the cost of everything.
Trump.
Waging an idiotic tariff war.
Trump.
Harming farmers.
Trump.
Ignoring the Constitution.
Trump.
Proposing to take away Social Security.
Trump.
Cutting health care.
Trump.
Firing government workers who keep our country safe.
Trump.
Encouraging an environment of hate and divisiveness.
Oh, come on.
Thank
one.
you so much.
Give us one here.
This committee could be
Darn,
engaged in
Tom.
actual oversight of fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement.
Nice fingernails.
So let's talk about waste. Like Trump's plan to spend almost $100 million
there
for
we go.
his
They
little
got the
birthday
golf.
parade.
Yeah. Look.
Or
The
how he
graphics are
spent
coming out.
25% of his first 100 days golfing, costing taxpayers
That
tens
is a
of
phony
millions of
golf
dollars.
swing.
In fact,
That is a
it's
phony
little
golf
bit over
swing.
30 million
If you're
in our
watching on
last
YouTube, I'll
estimation.
explain.
In fact,
Very unflattering
President
picture.
Trump is on
Well,
pace to
that's
spend
why
more
they're
than
doing
$1
it. I
billion
understand, but that's a
of
phony
taxpayer
golf
dollars
swing.
just on golfing. Yet the Republicans have been silent. So they must think spending taxpayer dollars on the president's golfing trips is more important than providing health care to their constituents. And when I talk about constituents, we're going to talk about the ones on this committee.
All right, I need a telestrator. I need to be like John Madden. The reason why, it is an unflattering picture. If Trump could get the club back there in that position at this age or whatever, that's a John Daly swing.
Yeah.
So it's phony, it's fake, and then they made the potbelly, I have to think, even bigger.
Maybe Trump.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just not that good of a golfer.
Yeah, no, he's got like a half swing now. All right, on YouTube, too, thanks to Sarah. I mean, this was left over from the other night. Talk radio is a club. You saw that the other night. A great bottle of Trump champagne. So I'm not
Hey,
sure
look at
what we're
that.
going to be toasting the next time with it. I think this should be the drink of choice up there the next time we do a Politics and Pints.
Well, can we toast to Friday tomorrow?
Okay. Well, I was going to save it for Mulligan's. To
Give us a
break
reason
that
to
open.
drink.
Yeah, exactly. All right. 855
Well, toast to Mother's Day. How about that?
A toast to all mothers
Yeah,
out there. All
yeah.
right. But I won't open it yet. I'll wait till tomorrow. All right. So we're waiting on the Pope. What else is new? Hit us. Get in on the side question. Today should be a layup. There's a ton of them. The big deal with the UK today, something British, something UK, 855-839-1210. You get on board. And, these are ancient customs. I guess the Pope takes forever to come out. When we have the name, we can then break it down and tell you what it means. I'll tell you what this means with the Inquirer. The Inquirer and others are now all out. Another big article. John Fetterman made a teachers group cry. Fetterman was in with the head of the PSEA, which is a notorious, not as bad as the NJEA, the Pennsylvania State Education, and some teachers, and they were trying to tell Fetterman he's not doing enough to squelch and make kids have to be captive in their rotten schools. That's the way I would phrase it, guys. You know that's what you're doing. You don't want choice. You don't want vouchers the American way. And Fetterman apparently had enough of it and started to pound on his desk. And they said that a couple of the teachers that were there had to leave the room. They were crying. Yeah, how about all those kids and parents that cry every day because of what you're doing? Because of you demanding more money for rotten schools that are never going to get any better. And you know it, and I know it. So all of a sudden, Fetterman now, they're talking about primaries against him. That wouldn't be for a while. They're talking about, well, somebody ought to look at how do you take this guy out of office? The very hypocrites who pushed him over the line when we said, particularly at that point, he was incapable of putting a sentence together. It was a pretty obvious thing. The Yoko Ono wife now, who's out there all over the place saying she doesn't know what happened to him. All right, all those people going down this path, he's the same person. He's probably better. I think he's a lot better than he was when he could barely talk and they pushed him over the line to beat Dr. Oz. Those people. It's astounding. They don't think the internet's out there. They don't think talk radio's there. They don't think we have a record of anything. They just now want this guy to be pushed aside. They say that all he does all day long is pretty much try to think about how he's going to be president, as opposed to all these senatorial duties they say he should be doing. It's all about one thing. They're going after him because he's not a progressive on every issue, because he supports Israel and common sense on some issues. even though he's stone cold left overall, that's not good enough. And he made the teachers cry because he had an outburst around this. Well, it's all part of what we knew he was before. So, look, let's use what we can with Fetterman. It's valuable on certain issues. He does see the light on these versus any of the others. And we'll see what happens with it. My bet is they're going to go after him even more. They're not going to stop with this. And when you take a look at, I don't know if we have this on YouTube or not, Henry. Do we have the Columbia students yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever cut. When I call for it, whatever cut that is. Yeah, it's 11 we have. So here's a little bit, youtube.com/1210WPHT. The mob at Columbia did not get the memo. They got to stop this stuff. And what I want to see happen, I would take a swig of this right now, the Trump champagne, if they come across here and saying, we've just deported, we've taken away the student visas of these people at Temple, the ones that were over at the bar, and the ones at Columbia, and the ones at every one of these colleges in the country. So yesterday, they pour into Columbia's library. People are studying for final exams, and Columbia University even calls the cops on them. They never did that before. They're getting the message from Trump. They pull the fire alarm, and they're taken out. Now, unless you're a Democrat official, that's a pretty serious offense. They pull the fire alarm to create more chaos. And we played you yesterday, well ahead of anybody else, one of the Temple students for that group, Justice for Palestine, saying their goal is to overthrow the United States of America. Is Temple going to tell us who these people are? Are they here on student visas? Because we want to kick them out, every single one of them. I don't care if it's 100,000 of them or 1 million of them. Why in the world would we want people in the country scheming to overthrow America? They have no rights. They're not citizens. It's bad enough if we have citizens doing that. So here's a little bit of the spectacle. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. Here's some of the spectacle at the Columbia Library. And it's illegal. They have to be let out, they're screaming, after they pull the fire alarm. And the New York City police were having none of it. They locked up about 70 or 80, as far as I could tell. It's a shame they didn't get more. This endless anti-Semitic, anti-American, anti-human element. So even Columbia is the message cracking down. All right, I think we have it here.
Yeah, look at that.
All right, who is the new? He looks Italian to me. We have the new Pope. Let's see, it is the new Pope coming out now. This guy looks Italian. I think it's the insider I was talking about.
How do you mean he looks Italian?
It does to me. Well, I mean, is Fox not telling us who it is? Come on, Fox. Who is it? New Pope announced from the Vatican balcony.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum.
All right.
Habemus papam.
That's the insider guy, the proto-deacon, Dominique Mambari. I think Earl, the Earl of Tacony, I don't think it was on my list here, Earl. What happened to your cheat sheet?
I think he's just announcing the Pope.
Oh, he's announcing the... Oh, that's what it is. He's the proto-deacon announcing the Pope. All right, so...
Let him say the name.
Are you going to know when it comes? You're speaking Italian.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of... I'm going to give it a few more seconds. Announce a name here, please.
It also needs to be a sick name, right?
Yeah.
I'm sick of a boring name. Give me an innocent. Give me an urban. Zephyrius. I want a new one.
Yeah, one of the... stop with the John Pauls and all that
Cardinal
stuff.
Robert Francis Prevost.
All right.
Yeah, we'll just zoom out of that.
Yeah, that's the guy that's the prelim act.
How about they open up the windows?
The windows are
Let
up.
me get the name on
Oh,
there.
so they have another balcony when the when the Pope comes. Let's wait.
I wish we knew Italian or
Yeah, I
Latin.
wish
Yeah.
Well, we might have somebody out there. We got a lot of.
I'm watching The
Italians that
White
can
Lotus.
translate.
I'm pretty much
Okay.
fluent.
Oh, are you?
All right. So Cardinal Provost is
Colonel
American.
Tate.
He spent most of his ministry in Latin America.
Yeah. We'll
All right. Now it's a bunch of cardinals that are on the balcony on one side. They had to put up a different flag. Is that the flag of the Vatican or is that a country flag? I'm not
That's
sure.
the papal seal.
That's a papal seal. Okay. And now we will see. So you're seeing all the people who didn't make it as the Pope, smiling, etc., as they announce the Pope.
Mm-hmm.
This is 855-839-1210. All right.
Yeah, it's a Cardinal Provost. Cardinal Provost is elected as the new Pope.
Oh, so that is the Pope.
That was him.
All right.
And that was my bad.
him.
I
Okay. Yeah, he
sincerely
is
apologize.
Italian. All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think he is the insider. All right. We'll give you detail on him coming up. The new Pope seems to be the traditionalist Italian insider type of stuff. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't.
Yeah.
They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, we have some news here now. An American cardinal, well, he's American and Peruvian. I think he was born in the United States. 69 years of age, the Cardinal Prevost served as a powerful head of the office that vets bishop nominations. So he was inside the Catholic hierarchy there. He is a Chicago native. He's also a Peruvian citizen and lived for years in Peru, first as a missionary, then as an archbishop. Well, you know how I feel about that. Choose a country. I'm sorry. But,
come on.
No, I mean, this is, I don't know the reason for that.
I do have his name. It's Pope Leo the 14th.
Another,
Good name.
Another Leo. Okay, so with this guy, is this a signal that they're losing the church here? Is it a signal they chose somebody who is both American-born but acquired Peruvian citizenship, a dual sort of thing that appeals to both? Until Francis brought him to Rome to assume the presidency of this commission on Latin America, it seems to me it's more Latin America with this Pope than it is that he's an American. He was born here, but then took Peruvian citizenship, and most of the work has been in Latin America, where this is where they're growing. Hispanic Catholics and the like.
CBS News reports he's seen overall as a centrist, but on some key social issues, he is viewed as a progressive. He's long embraced marginalized groups, a lot like Francis, championing migrants and the poor.
There we go. All right, so, I look, talk radio, we don't have to do what CBS does or whatever. Anybody championing the migrant thing, I'm opposed to. I don't care if it's a new pope or not. We're back on that stuff again. But there is the allure of identifying him as an American cardinal in that he was born in Chicago. But the service appears to be Latin America and assuming Peruvian citizenship. All right, so we'll see what he says in his new direction. And if you hear me the last few days, I think, Dan, you're a little bit of shock. My judgment is that the average listener is a Catholic and all that, but they're tired of a lot of this stuff, really tired of it. And I think they'll vet this Pope in the manner that I am. And if his positions is, here we go with the migrant again, he's out in my mind. I'm completely opposed to that. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm tired of Dolan. I'm tired of Francis. I'm tired of all these guys about that. Now, that's CBS reporting it. Do you see any other issues they talk
CBS
about?
actually spoke with a friend of his, someone that served. Said experience of Cardinal Provost is that he's not a showboat. He's very calm, extremely intelligent, extremely compassionate. Said coming together a Christian community, we're able to read the signs of the times, figure out what they need to do as a church, saying that Provost is a progressive on many social issues, as we said, but overall many view him as a centrist. Saying he's a person who's very sensitive. He's concerned to allow everyone to have a voice.
Okay.
Would it look like Pope Francis? His friend says it would be similar in terms of basic goals, I think. The kind of style he would bring to the papacy would be calm, steady, very direct kind of guidance.
All right. As far as his personal, I really, that's not a, I only care about what he's going to be preaching about, what direction he takes it. And to me, based upon this thumbnail, it's not a direction I'd support.
One thing he has been vocal about before, similar to Francis, he's against women becoming priests and such.
Okay.
Could I
deacons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could I give you a local tie that
Sure.
may or may not
All right.
help or hurt his case here? He is a Villanova alumnus.
Yeah, he's Augustinians. Yeah. Not as bad as the Jesuits, but a bit suspect. The Jesuits are the worst, and Francis was a Jesuit. So the Augustinians at Villanova are trouble, but they're not the Jesuits over at St. Joe's. All right, 855-839-1210. You can give me your reaction, including if you're like, Dom, you know what, I'm a Catholic. I will always be a Catholic in name and all that stuff. But what they've done is so difficult that, particularly based upon what Dan has here from CBS about the migrants and things of that nature, he presided over most of the revolutionary reforms that Francis made. He added 3 women in the voting bloc. I don't care about all that stuff. I only care about the big, broad strokes and the power of the Pope through that. And let's face it, Francis was directly anti-Trump. He was anti-stopping illegal immigration. He kowtowed to Pelosi and Biden on the abortion issue, which is more the Pope's lane. Will this Pope do this? I don't know yet, but my read is he's going to be a calmer, not as extroverted version as Francis was, but it's the same policies in a lot of areas.
This comes from the Pinnacle Gazette by Ivram Agassi.
Yes.
I don't know whether how deep this is, but it looks like it's pretty good analysis. It says Provost currently heads dictacy of bishops, seen as a compromised candidate because he actually had some questionable behavior when it came to the handling of sexual abuse cases in the U.S. and Peru back in the 1990s. So there was that came up, or would have come up during the Conclave, and they would have to get past that. But he does possess qualities that resonate with contemporary church values, which would give him a head-to-head. Known for progressive stance social issues, he supported allowing divorced and civilly remarried Catholics to receive communion. He's also expressed a commitment to environmental stewardship and social justice,
there we go.
aligning closely with Pope Francis's vision. Last year, he stated a bishop should not behave like a little prince in his kingdom, emphasizing his belief in pastoral humility. This analysis suggests that there might have been some debate behind the scenes whether or not, because there's a lot of, we have to be progressive in the church, and if you have someone that has this kind of history, isn't that kind of looking to the past a little bit? So
I think he's got the good climate, air conditioning attack, the migrants. And Dan, see if you can find anything more on the priest scandal right away.
I got it.
Yeah, but specifically, what was the
I have it. He has faced scrutiny over his handling of sexual abuse cases during his tenure in both U.S. and Peru. In the 90s, while serving as a provincial, I should know that. In Chicago, he was linked to 2 priests involved in sexual abuse scandals, child abuse scandals, raising questions about his transparency and decision-making. Critics argues that he allowed a convicted priest to live near a school, a move that drew public outrage. Then more recently, during his time in Chiclayo, I guess that's in Peru, he was accused of inadequately addressing allegations of abuse involving 2 priests and 3 young girls. Although he reportedly met with the victims, initially canonical investigations, critics argue that he failed to act decisively.
Yeah, okay. So he lets a convicted priest, live near a school. These guys, it's fairness. We'd have to get more details on that. But they were able to look.
Please emphasize that.
Yeah, but the way that I see it is they were able to look past all this, because what they were getting to is another Francis, although more understated, on the issues. It's Latin America, but also they're going to put out there, the first Pope. Fox is calling this the first ever American Pope greets the crowd. See, that's going to be the banner. That's going to be the headlines. All right, so I'd love to get you in.
So I'm looking, the Pillar Catholic has similar reports. National Catholic Reporter says the former diocese denies claims of clerical sexual abuse. So this is out there in other sources, but please do your research before fully going forward.
But I mean, the story you said of the convicted priest, but we got to let them live near a school. These are, most of these guys, or a lot of them, are going to have a problem with the priest scandal. Maybe his is more minor than some of the others. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, that's about as much as we know at this point. Your reaction to this, whether you're a Catholic or not, it's a major thing around the world. The Pope has the power of the pulpit, so to speak, and in the Catholic Church, ultimate power. As I read this decision, he sounds very much like Francis. There's the brand that he's American. And then there's some of the things, we'll see the reporting as it goes forward around the priest scandal. But the environment and hearing about the migrant stuff, here we go again. Is that what people want? 855-839-1210. Yeah, Pastor Bill Devlin we'll get a little bit from as he sees this guy, I can imagine. And we'll also try to talk with Bill Donahue of the Catholic League. But everything else is in play. Hit us on the side question today, too. Trump, the big deal with the UK, which has really calmed the markets. It's the first of many. Now we have to build on that. We need 2 or 3 more in rapid succession. And this deal is good for the United States. Very good. No matter how the media tries to spin this, it's excellent. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Jump in right now on Talk Radio 1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. If your dad is a Philly sports fan, I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier on July 12th. I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly. And it's in New Jersey. Saturday, July 12th on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey.
For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police say the officer shot yesterday while trying to break up a fight near Overbrook High School is on his way to recovery. The Pennsylvania House has passed a bill that would legalize adult-use marijuana, and one of Philly's most exclusive social clubs is accepting new members for the first time in 2 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. For the record, too, we'll take as many calls as we can. Conclave is a brilliant movie, except for the ending. We've been through that. It's a great movie. It's what they do. It's what they did here, and I'm tired of it. All right, our buddy, Pastor Bill Devlin, is sending me emails, too. He's a Peruvian. That's a problem. Let's go to Pastor Bill Devlin, talk about the new Pope, who Fox is billing, I guess somewhat accurately, the first American. He was born in Chicago as a Pope. Pastor Bill Devlin, he is an American, sort of.
Yeah, well, God bless you, Dom and Dan, your listeners. Great to be on today. And when I heard Peruvian, that is a major problem. So I have one word for this new Pope: disaster. Most people, and if you go to DelawareValleyJournal.com, I have a editorial there today, thanks to our mutual friend Linda Stein. Pope Francis, most people don't know that Pope Francis was a disciple of Gustavo Gutierrez, who was wait for it, a Dominican Peruvian Catholic priest from Peru who initiated back in 1971 with his seminal work, A Theology of Liberation. And this was a mashup of Christianity and Marxism. And it was all about, the migrants, as you said, Dom, earlier. It's all about the disenfranchised, that we need to deconstruct the social order between the haves and the have-not. It's basically communism. I was in seminary. We had to study Gustavo Gutierrez, this Peruvian Catholic priest who was so influential, not only in Latin America, Central America, but in America and in Europe and around the world. So I think this is a sad day for the Roman Catholic Church, speaking as a non-Catholic.
And Bill, I would add, the rapper is going to be, though, he is an American. He was born in Chicago. So, that's going to be the showbiz play. But I think you're right. His sensibilities are Francis-like. He may not be as extroverted or out with that. But that's where he's going to go. And the pre-scandal part of this, according to some of the stuff that we've seen, is another thing. And I guess most of these guys were caught up in that to greater or lesser degrees. So the choice of a pope this time around, you're going to have that kind of baggage.
Yeah, and, so I would say to my Roman Catholic friends, and, I hang out with the trad Catholics, the Latin Mass. I mean, those are my colleagues and friends for now 45 years. And I know that right now, Dom and Dan, their hearts are broken because we have a disaster in the house. He is cut from if he's Peruvian, then he's got to be cut from the same cloth as Francis and as Gustavo Gutierrez, sadly. And it's going to be same song, second verse, ought to get better, but it's going to get worse. That's the hymn that all of our faithful Mass-attending Catholics are saying.
What does it tell us then? This tells us maybe that the people that Francis put in there, a lot of them, I think he put 80 or so in there. Now, some of them he put in there because they were in, one or two of them are conservatives, Mongolia or in Africa. But the heart of it that they put in there, those voters, they're voting for him again. This is, sadly, Bill, and I don't know if you want to comment on it, but to me, you can tell how cynical I am, but the Conclave is right. That's what this is about. It's about politics, and these guys are putting this ideology in here again, and they did it pretty quickly this time, which surprised me.
Yeah, and, I watched the movie Conclave, Dom, and on a flight over to Nigeria last month, and that film is a disaster. Laparoscopic hysterectomy. I mean, who comes up with this stuff? And so, sadly, with this new pope, if we know anything about him, he's going to continue this toxic environment with, throwing out Bishop Strickland, Father Frank Pavone, etc. And it's really sad that the Catholic Church and these cardinals, and you're right, 80% of the current cardinals of the 133, they were appointed by Pope Francis, which, of course, is his prerogative. But my God, look at the people that he brought in. These people are all about air conditioners and climate change and all this other nonsense, and they're undermining the 2,000 years of Roman Catholic teaching. And, as Pope Paul VI back in 1968 wrote the Humana Vitae, which is on the sanctity of life, family, and marriage, Pope Francis, and unfortunately, I think this current Pope is going to completely ignore that, and they're going to go more on the woke agenda. And all of our traditional Roman Catholic folks, they are going to be crying out silently, God, what happened to the Catholic Church? And, that's so my prayer is that, perhaps we can pray, and this man who's the new Pope, he will change his mind. He will not put into Catholic doctrine in a surreptitious way all this woke nonsense. Let's stick on the gospel that Jesus Christ is Lord. He's God of the universe. And there's only one way. Jesus said he's the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by him. And let's stay on focus, and let's not be distracted. Amen?
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Bill Devlin. And let's, take the issue that the church is the big guy in the room. At least they were until Francis. And that issue is life. They're the big guy. They're the big force out there on that. I didn't hear that yet from the Pope. I heard the stuff that Dan and I were providing, the thumbnail of the migrants. Tired of hearing about the migrants. You know, I'm tired of hearing Dolan and the migrants and maybe even this Pope. And I'm looking out over where I was, the Vatican, and I'm remembering the artwork and the walls of the Vatican. Stop telling me about the migrant. I'll tell you one thing, Dan, if you want to pop on too. I don't want you to drag you into this, but just as a bounce here. If I said this 10 or 15 years ago, I remember when Francis first came in on the moment they were announced. In talk radio, you get killed. I feel perfectly fine, and I think it's the best of talk radio that we don't just ceremonially say, oh, wow, a new pope.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because it's undeniable how the church has changed in the past 15 years.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't mean to throw this on you, but Chris in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming there.
She has a great point on exactly what you're talking about here.
What I was talking about, the headline's going to be, and Fox is right to put it up. It's the grabber. It's showbiz. You're going to, Dolan. We got to hear Dolan on this. Dolan is sitting there. Well, you know what, deep down, I think he's saying, I should have been the American Pope. I would agree. If I wanted a guy who I differ with tremendously, but Dolan is a fabulous figure. He's funny. He's avuncular. He's all those things. He's just to the left. This guy, though, brings you the pedigree, born in Chicago, Peru, adopts a citizenship, migrants, air conditioning, maybe a pre-scandal thrown in, and away we go. Is this going to wow the average American Catholic? You know, it's going to wow the people who say they're Catholic that were wowed by Pope Francis because of some of the things they'll say or they read into it. But Chris in South Jersey, I think, has the point. Some of the grab is to try to rescue the church in America. Hey, Chris, welcome in.
It's not going to rescue the church, Dom. This is all a money grab. They're losing how many millions of dollars because Americans, Catholic Americans aren't going to church anymore. Catholic Charities isn't getting all their big money to save the immigrants because we've locked down the border. So how much more money have they left? But, let's say this guy was born in Chicago. He's an American Pope. He's not an American Pope. If he has Peruvian citizenship, he is not an American Pope.
Yeah, let's stop right there with that. I can't look past that. I realize they sent him to pastoral care. He went to Peru. Why do you take Peruvian citizenship, though? I resent that right out of the box. I resent it.
Exactly. How many priests that were born in America go all over the world, but they don't renounce their American citizenship?
And that's what it is.
Why would he have to do that?
That is it. You should never give up American citizenship. You just should.
Not if you're a true American.
No, I would agree with you on that. There's no way around, and the dual stuff and all that. Thank you, Chris. Look, it's.
I do have his speech translated to English too. If you want to play that at some point.
You see any highlights? Anything that jumps out? Along the ways. Okay, I mean anything in the transcript.
It says sin will not prevail. We are all in the hands of God.
Right.
Says Francis was courageous and blessed Rome.
I just want to hear the policy part of this. Now, I'm sure he's going to visit America. Here we go again. I was there covering. It was a lockdown Philadelphia of Francis, and so I'm up close. And look, Francis was particularly troublesome. I don't know if this Pope will be, in that Francis did live a humble life as far as I can tell, and there was a extroverted connection with him. All good. But his ideology and what he brought to this were disastrous and continue to be. And that's why he was so troublesome. The air conditioner, the climate, migrants. Here we go again. I'm just tired of being lectured to. I would give this guy over and under 6 months before he goes after Trump. Francis, it seemed to be just about that quickly. They would go back about the walls. Oh, how can we have walls? The migrants. Keep it up. Is that going to draw American Catholics back? I don't think so. But that's going to be the headline.
He did speak about weak voices and such. I do have that portion.
Weak voices.
It's resurrected. It's peace that's disarmed and disarming, humble, and will also persevere. And it comes from God, God who loves all of us unconditionally.
Well,
and let us keep hear even the weak voices. And Pope Francis, in fact, was always courageous, and he blessed Rome.
Okay, the weak voices.
Okay. The Pope that blessed Rome gave.
Nothing wrong with talking about the poor and protection of the poor and all. Absolutely. That's why you have capitalism. Because capitalism is the idea, the mechanism that lifts people up. Not Marxism, not socialism, not attacking air conditioning in his first encyclical. All right, 855, that's what Pope Francis did. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. We'll get you on board. Jump in. We'll get to the side question, too, now that we know the new Pope. And remember that this has way past, even though Catholics are 25% of American voters, it has stuff way beyond that. Because the other side is, they do this with a couple of things, progressives and the left. Bill's right. They want to grab onto Jesus. They may not want to grab onto religion, but they want to grab onto Jesus Christ, and they want to use that to say, aha, progressivism, Marxism. That's what he's about. Just like they tried to figure out a way to grab onto patriotism. I don't think either one works effectively in the end. If you attack capitalism, you have to hide it. A frontal assault on it will not work. Americans and around the world, people know that. So it's going to be a little bit more covered. But I do think this is kind of a less direct version of Francis. That's what was the election was about here. All right, and that's what they did ideologically. And to boot, they're going to call him an American cardinal, where there seems to be little connection here. It's more with Latin America and Peru. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hey, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements that's going on right now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. This opportunity is for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go and shop right now, res-q.com, res-q.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Philadelphia police say the officer shot yesterday while trying to break up a fight near Overbrook High School is on his way to recovery. The Pennsylvania House has passed a bill that would legalize adult-use marijuana, and one of Philly's most exclusive social clubs is accepting new members for the first time in 2 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village, near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village, near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the
And boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time as we roll into the 2 o'clock hour. We hope to talk with Bill Donahue. You heard Pastor Bill Devlin, though, and I kind of share that. The headline, though, American Pope takes the name of Pope Leo the 16th. No, 14th. IV, Dom. Come on, get the Roman numerals. I don't know why, Leo, we didn't hear that, but that's okay. The bottom line is, this is a play you're getting a 2 for. Born in Chicago, and yet, at the same time, big Latin American, well, this is Peru, Argentina. And there is a lot of the liberation theology. I mean, Pope Francis crawled with this stuff. And I'm tired of hearing it. And I think the average Catholic in America, at least the ones that I know of, will be. Others might be saluted. And they're anticipating, when will he take on Trump? I would predict right now, based on this, within a year, 6 months to a year, he'll be firing away. That's where we're going to go.
You want some
yeah.
fun about his name?
Yes.
His nameology, I guess.
Yeah.
So it might be a hint as to what might come. This comes from The Independent. They did an analysis here. It says he's taken the name of Leo here, and it's because that name, Dom, it actually has some historical signification. Right. It means strength during crisis.
Okay.
Catholic priest blogger Ed Tomlinson spoke with The Independent and said that the strength during crisis, underlying meaning behind Leo seems likely to be a continuation of Francis's liberalization of the church, Dom. He says the papal name Leo unsurprisingly shows a pope who is going to be strong during a time of crisis historically. So maybe that might signify his political direction, Dom.
I agree, Dan, and I would tell him, it's very similar to what we say here. The constitutional crisis is not Trump. It's what progressives are doing. The crisis in the church, et cetera, is that Catholics in America are saying, we don't want it. That's what's happened here. So we're going to put in another guy who might even be more of a thought person.
Henry's got
Francis.
a dig here on the name, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's Pope Leo the 14th. That's who we got. So I was like, all right, who was Pope Leo the 13th?
Yes.
Pope Leo the 13th was popularly titled the Social Pope and the Pope of the Workers. And he was remembered for his pastoral activity in political sociology and used the church as a vehicle of social justice and maintaining the rights and dignities of the human person.
Oh, man. I was just saying, that's, all right, take the rest of this break off. No, just, thank you, Ann. I mean, you're getting analysis here. The others are afraid to say. And isn't it beautiful that in talk radio, we don't have to give you the gauzy, just run endless loops of people cheer. That's all good. All right, people cheering, St. Peter's Square, the whole thing. Is the father that Fox says, oh, I'm going to say that? No, he's not. They're going to bring him. I don't think they will. But a sober look at this guy, Henry, that's a great pull. If he chooses after 13th as the social justice guy and he goes 14th, that's a continuation. The 13th's already taken, so that's where his admiration is. How much of this stuff do we have to put up with? It's failed. Marxism, Dan, every time we've done the worst idea ever, people call in with the fanny pack. By the end of the show, we've already taken it off. We're smart on this. What do we say? Communism. It is the worst idea in human history. And yet, it comes back again. People start to rediscover socialism. Well, that makes sense. Bernie says it all the time. Well, then, Bernie, why do you have 3 houses? Why are you flying private jets? Because I'm important. I have to get there and preach why everybody else shouldn't be able to do that. It's tiresome what they do with this. And this guy strikes me already, the whole thing, as tiresome. It's a repeat. It's a sequel. The Vatican said, yeah, let's have another blockbuster. And with this one, though, there's always got to be a twist. Henry found the continuation. I think I'm finding what the twist is, though. He's American. That's the twist. This is Rocky II. This is, Godfather 2. No, that was a great movie. This just doesn't.
You want some little numerology now?
Yes.
John, 23, is the leader of Pope-chosen names. Benedict, number 2, with 16. Gregory with 16. Clement with 14. And Leo with 14, Dom. The top 5 most chosen Pope name.
Henry, I don't know why that occurred to you. Yeah, why Leo? I mean, how many Leos do we have?
Can we get a new name?
Yeah.
Can we get some fresh blood in here?
How about a Dom? And I can see them. Pope Don, I love you. And right away the guy should say, get him out. Get him out of here. Has there ever been a Pope Dominic or Dom? I don't think so.
I don't know.
How about a Pope Dan? That's kind of cool. Or a Pope Hank.
If I search Pope Dominic, it comes up Pope Benedict.
See, they can't even get the name right. They make me Benedict now.
I want like 1st century names. I want someone to just completely throw it back.
Yes.
Like the last people after like St. Peter. I want Zephyrius. I want those guys in there.
Pope Fred. Pope what would be that might be a good side question tomorrow.
Pope Fred?
Yeah, Pope, better name for the Pope. All right.
Pope Slater, bro.
I'm writing that down. I got a national show tonight. I'm going to wow them with this hand. I got a crib sheet here all set. I can just phone it in now. All right.
Yeah, no Pope Daniel.
Pope Daniel?
No.
No Pope Daniels. No Pope Henry.
Is there a King Daniel? Because there's a King Henry.
Oh, sure. There's a lot of Henry VIII.
Yeah.
Is there King Daniel?
Some of the most notorious people were Henrys.
Biblical figure.
Worst people in history were Henrys.
Don't associate me with those guys.
You're not going to find a Dom out there that was bad in history. There's no bad. It's St. Dominic. It's the only one I know of. Well, wait a minute. Chef Boyardee. No, he wasn't a Dom. All right. 855-839-1210. Well, we are headed off to that part of the world. We're headed to Sicily. We're bypassing Rome and Pope Leo. And we will be at the crossroads, the beautiful, exotic Sicily. So I hope you'll join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. If you're headed to Europe, there's only one group to go with, the best tour guides in Italy, and that would be Conservative Tours. They took me to the Vatican, that tour. They took us to the Venice tour. And now it tops everything. We're going to Sicily. $55.44, including airfare. The dining events are a feature. They know the locale. They know the spots. We head off to bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call now, and you'll be with us, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the films. The crown jewel of Italy has to be Taormina. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, always a country within a country. I'll also see you in Savoca, 888-733-9494.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guided Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazz Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in, everyone. So the Pope is a Villanova graduate. We have that. And on YouTube here, youtube.com/1210 WPHT.
Yep.
Following Henry's suggestion, they'd like to have a Pope Randy.
Pope Randy we got? We got Dom. Robot Speed wrote in Pope Freddy the Cat.
There you go, Freddie.
Yeah.
You know, we're having cabinet guys in. Roe is in the throes of the final stages. So, Dan, what would you say? You're a home remodeler of sorts.
Yeah. I'm a total home remodel. I'm an expert at it.
It took these guys 4 days to do it. We were expecting dread. The over and under was 2 weeks. So I got to say, I can't complain. It was chaotic.
Was it just cabinets?
Well, they had to take up the top. You've seen it in the kitchen over top of everything.
Yep.
Roe has to replace the dishwasher.
But the
at
lower
that point.
cabinets and countertops are still the same?
Yes, it's the upper cabinet. No, the lower cabinets and upper, and they had to take all that out.
So the entire thing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I got to thank our great sponsor, Martin Water. The guy stayed on the phone with them. You know, I have the water system hooked up. They took it apart. It didn't work coming back, so the guy was patient, talked them through it, and I'm assured now it's working. So thank you, Martin Water. Would you say 4 days is about right?
Yeah, adding up the labor.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Henry, what do you say? 4 days?
Yeah, I'm on with Dan on this one. I got no
you know
clue. 2
what it
days
is?
down. They should have done it faster, you know?
Well, it looked like a 2-day job to me, but based upon the over-under of talking to people, they have horror stories. I bet we have people listening. It took 2 or 3 weeks at least to do it. And these guys, I got to say, were polite.
You got to refer me to these guys. I need some work done. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're doing it that quick, they're not going to charge you for the extra labor. They could have slow walked it.
Yeah, they did not. Well, no, it's a one fixed price. Roe was good about it. Very good. Freddie the cat likes to go to the kitchen.
Oh, it's a fancy
He goes
one.
7 or 8 times a day, making us take him in. He's got a whole procedure. And was a little confused when we had to move it into the dining room.
Le kitchen de Roe.
I think when I come home, Rose should have everything back in place by then.
How about Pope Gravy?
Pope Gravy? Okay, here we go. Yes.
That would have been Pier Battista Pizzaballa's name.
I would ask this guy, is it, let's see, Peruvian? He might say anything.
Oh, he's the sauce guy.
I think he's the sauce guy.
Sure.
We're back to that with the sauce stuff. And Henry, you missed it the other night. Dan, instead of pronouns, asked, he must have gotten 30 questions in, gravy or sauce. That started them up again with the questions.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know what that was a reference to? You know that National Socialists Convention where they all had to state their please state your pronouns and your whatever.
Do you have that?
No, I don't.
Next segment, if we had it, I'd play that. That is top 10 sound of all time.
Yeah,
You got a bunch of socialists.
Keep talking. I'll have it for you in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the one guy corrects the other guy on top of the corrections. They're that prissy about everything. So everybody in the world now, in Villanova, I'm sure we're going to hear all that. He's an American pope. Should I not say then, why did he take Peruvian citizenship? All right, so here's the Socialist Convention.
Here's a preview of what Politics and Pine sounded like, Tom.
Yeah, here we go.
Working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronouns?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
All right, so the thing here for
Please
listeners...
do not use Italian condiments to address everyone.
The first is obnoxious. The second guy tops that by he's complaining about people whispering, and then the other guy attacks the whisperer for saying guys.
I'd love to be like a troll in that room.
Oh,
just
my God.
say the antithesis of whatever anyone else says.
Yeah, can you imagine calling each other comrades during this?
How about Pope Boyardee?
All right, there you go. Yes.
No?
I still have not done with the gravy wars. I'm going to win someday on
Kimmy
this.
has it. She says, Dan, can you ask Dom why they call bolognese sauce if it even has meat in it?
Ooh.
Who does that?
You don't call bolognese gravy.
Okay. You know what? Lorraine Rinaldi is the name up. Wrote a whole book on this.
Get Lorraine on in a heartbeat.
She's tremendous. She'll hear about it. Maybe not today. She can call. I'm sure she'll have something on the Pope probably too. Lorraine was talk radio gold and calls it the Gravy Wars. So
she has a whole book about it.
She wrote a whole book about it. Lorraine, if you're listening or somebody tell her, call in. Give me a little. I was ready to tag. It was like wrestling the other night. Somebody's going to hit with a chair. Particularly the guy from Rome who said, well, I'm from Rome and it's sauce. And I just said, when you're in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'm from South Philly and it's gravy. My God. All right, let's get some on the side question here, too. The find of the day is Henry's, though. This guy, the new Pope, taking Pope Leo XIV to follow in the footsteps of the 13th, who sounds like a socialist potentially.
Yeah, and the few before him, too, also very
right,
interesting.
Yeah. And the Leos have a bad track record, as I remember them. They've had some difficulty
Very up
with
and
that
down.
name. Yeah, very up and down with that name. And again, wouldn't it be refreshing, since he's an American, if he took something a little bit different? But how much of an American is it when he's Peruvian, Latin America, and takes Peruvian citizenship? I don't know about you. Is it irrational to say anybody that, now I don't know if that was a dual citizenship. I got to look that up. Even that is unacceptable. Well, Dom, don't you want to bond with the people? Okay, he's Peruvian American, goes to Peru and becomes a Peruvian citizen. It tells me this guy's political. Really, why would you want to take Peruvian citizenship? You are a figure, spiritual figure, not a figure of a country. I mean, I know some people that have said, oh, I'd love to adopt a second citizenship of being an Italian citizen too. Nope. That is, well, Joel Embiid is an American because he made the
dual
choice.
Citizen, though.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a French citizen as well.
And obviously Cameroon as well.
Are you sure about that?
Well, he originally got French citizenship so he could play for Team France, and then
look at the fraud of this. I mean,
he's born in Cameroon, gained French citizenship through a naturalization process,
right,
and then became a U.S. citizen.
Shouldn't be allowed. You got to make a choice. If you want to be a U.S. citizen, then you have to renounce other citizenships.
My big question about this Pope, all in all, is how will he contribute to Villanova's NIL?
Yeah, there we go. I'm sure they're over there. They're waking. Yeah, I think
the donations go straight to NIL.
There will be a papal visit. We'll have to hear it in Chicago. Yeah, what's he going to say when he goes to Chicago and Philadelphia? What's he going to tell us about that? He's a Chicago, at least is where he was born, Dan. I don't know how long he was in Chicago. Is he going to tell us the policies of Chicago are good? Will he ignore it? Because he's a political guy. He's got to say, what the heck is going on? Will he blame guns when he goes to Chicago? And I would predict he'll go to Chicago before the year's out. They're already preparing it. Yeah, point it. I want to know the early life here. Former bishop in Peru. Let's go to Alan in Hamilton and get started on the side question. All right, Alan, what do you have this afternoon?
The British Navy, HMS Victory.
Yes, that's their biggest, even in World War II. That's what they relied on. That would always be there. Tom in Garnet Valley on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Tom. Good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. So this is sounding worse by the second, it seems.
Yeah.
My question is, how many devout Catholics are not going to go to church anymore because of this new pope? I mean, well, I'm not going to stop going, but
yeah, I would say for devout Catholics, I think they've stuck it out through Francis, and I think what they're saying is, just like I say with the city, I'm not leaving Philadelphia until I'm ready. I got rid of some of the worst mayors in human history. Why would I leave Philadelphia? Because the mayor's rotten. So if you don't like the Pope, you can tough it out. Although it's a slap in the face after one Latin American guy that we get some kind of knockoff now.
I agree. It's very disheartening because what's the point of following church doctrine if they're trying to reverse it? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, then people have to make their own thing of what they think the church doctrine is. And if they would say, look, that doctrine's old, we're not going to do it, they don't. They dissemble and they just put in policies that are in contravenance, but I don't think they take out the language per se.
No, and it's interesting, too, because, I go to two different churches, one in Wilmington and one in Chadds Ford. The interesting thing is that the one in Chadds Ford hasn't called out Trump yet, but the one in Wilmington definitely has called out Trump specifically for treating migrants the way that supposedly they are. And it's so frustrating. Now, here's another tidbit. That same church is supported by the Bidens. Now, I love the church, that particular one. It's beautiful. Everything I love about it. I did see
Tom,
my wife,
I hear
actually.
you, and I'll tell you, and I go back to this, the way I see these guys now. This Bishop of Tucson, who I tried for years to try to get on, when he was going to go after border people that were enforcing the Trump policy, which was also the Obama policy around the families, remember that early on, and telling them, and you know this, and I know this, excommunicado means you're going to hell if you don't repent from this. And yet this same guy would never say a word about arguably the most pro-abortion president, who was also called a devout Catholic.
Exactly. That's frustrating. Anyway, thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, I would just say soldier on in your faith, whatever this guy says or whatever they say. But I don't think we're wrong on this. Dan, you had a little bit more. Is this the full history of the new pope?
Yeah, he was born September 1955, Chicago, Illinois, to a father of French and Italian descent, mother of Spanish descent, two brothers, Louis and John.
Right.
Spent his childhood in Chicago, then at Villanova University in Pennsylvania, here in Philadelphia. 77, he earned a degree in mathematics, studied philosophy. Entered the same year into the novitiate of the Order of St. Augustine, St. Louis. So he went over to St. Louis, and then Chicago back again. Then it looks like out of there, he obtained his licentiate in 84. Sorry that my pronunciation on these words is terrible. While preparing his doctoral thesis, and was sent there down to Peru. Spent the 80s in Peru, and then it looks like he came back to Chicago and looks like around 99, I want to say, and spent the aughts bouncing between, it looks like, Chicago and Rome, and then was sent back to become the Bishop of Chiclayo, Peru from 2015 to 2023, and then created Cardinal in 2024, and then now we see him as a Pope in 2025.
And the Peruvian citizenship.
I think that came during his first time in Peru.
First time.
Yeah, I don't know for
sure. And
I
again,
apologize.
to me, look, the guy wasn't just born in America, then the family moved to Latin America in a heartbeat. He grew up in Chicago. He went to Villanova. He was in St. Louis as a priest and all that. In what universe do you give up American citizenship or take on another citizenship? And again, I'm in the camp both that you never give up American citizenship, and you don't dilute it by taking on a dual citizenship. There is no such thing. You've gotten the Pope or anybody else. Now, and B, that's a different story. He became an American. Okay, you've gotten the greatest gift in the world. You were born in America as a dual American citizenship. That is the greatest start. That's the greatest thing, other than some kind of, nothing parallels that. How in the world do you move away from that as a sole thing? You got to go through life as an American citizen. Not, well, I want to be two citizens. No, it doesn't work that way. There's a reason why we have presidents that are born in the United States and also no dual citizenship. As far as I know, constitutionally. There's a reason for that.
I disagree with you here.
Tell me why.
Because if you're doing, and he was sent to do missionary work multiple times in Peru, and then went back when he was appointed bishop. And I feel like if you're going to get anything done in another country, you're going to have to adopt their, become a citizen. No?
No. There's no reason. Priests go there, Dan. They don't do that as far as I know. Yeah. They're working among the poor and whatever. And they still identify as Americans, but they're doing work there.
I'd love I don't know if you want him to call back in, but Pastor Bill, who does missionaries around the world, has he ever considered taking a citizenship of another country to further his ability to
he can call in and tell me that. I would doubt it pretty severely. He can tell me, how much I admire him, but I doubt it big time. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Hit us on the side question, something UK, something British coming off the big deal today. But right now, we didn't anticipate the Pope, so probably have something else. It's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
And today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see Some Like It Hot at the Forest Theater on Tuesday, May 20th. Tickets are available at ensembleartsphilly.org. Some Like It Hot, the four-time Tony Award-winning show set in Chicago during the Prohibition, combines heart, laughs, song, and dance.
Yeah, Dom, well, I thought maybe today, since we're doing something associated with the UK, I'd do someone associated with the UK.
All right.
That's all I'm going to give because it's a very recognizable voice, but I saw that this person has a documentary coming up on HBO, again, related to the UK in one way or another. And Dom, here is a track off their new album, or newest album. Take a listen.
I'm just living on tiptoe, feeling like so-so. Try not to step on your eggs.
Step on those eggs, Tom.
It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you a fan, Dom?
I don't know no, I have no...
You say life is a bowl of cherries. It's
beautiful.
While trying to hide your bowl of piss. Don't tip my bowl. Don't crush my cherries.
P-I-T-S, she said.
Yeah.
One day you'll get your trees.
Stop torturing the listeners.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Who is that? Who's that voice, Dom? We want to know
All right.
associated with the UK.
Tell us who that... It's not Joe Pesci, I know that. All right, tell us 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. You hit us with that, and you're off to see Some Like It Hot. More calls coming up. Your sense of the Pope, as told you as far as I see it already, a continuation of Francis, maybe more energetic. And the rapper, he's an American Pope because he was born in Chicago. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 12.
It's gonna rain.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmens Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmens is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmens today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmens.com.
That's callemmens.com.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself.
I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, let's hear just a snippet of the audio clue today, given I now know the identity. And oh, my goodness.
We're going to do another one from the newest album, Dom. Take a listen.
All right.
We got done. What are you doing? Why? Don't cut her off.
I'm done.
We are. We got the picture here on a big day. Let's go to Lenny in Ridley, see if he can tell us who this is. Lenny, who is this?
That is Yoko Ono. The song's called It's Gonna Rain. And I saw that video of her screeching like that. Oh, my Lord.
Thank you, Lenny. You are going off, though. The good news is to see Some Like It Hot. And it's become a great reference for the female Budinsky / annoyance. So Yoko Ono versus Meghan Markle. I'll tell you why Meghan Markle might be more insufferable. Because Yoko Ono, any reasonable person sees it.
Yeah.
Right away.
Jordan with Belichick's rising up the ranks for sure.
Jordan with Belichick is definitely up there. Yeah, in that camp of a Yoko Ono. And Giselle Fetterman has fallen down because even Giselle can't talk Fetterman out of being reasonable. Maybe Belichick should have a conversation with Fetterman, But the woman that he's with, does he really think this is going to go on, that 24-year-old? She is beyond crazed to do some of the stuff that she's done with a guy, at least Prince Harry was always a wimp. You get that. But Belichick, it's hard to believe.
Dom, are you excited to watch the new documentary, 1-to-1, John and Yoko, an inside look at John Lennon and Yoko Ono's time living in Greenwich Village?
No,
neither am I.
I just like calling people Yoko Onos. If people laugh they get to laugh. That's where I'm going with it. All right, somebody told me that the Pope is a registered Republican. I doubt that. From good sources, an RNC source. We're not going to see that. I'm telling you, I don't see that with this guy at all. Villanova graduate. Dan's case, he goes to Peru.
If so, that'd be amazing. I mean, maybe we're just.
But Dan, he was going back and forth between. So when he works at the Vatican, does he become an Italian citizen? I mean, you just get. We got to hold the line on this, and the line is: you've been given the greatest gift you can get. You were born in the United States, a citizen. It's not a slur on Peru. You're Peruvian. No, you're American. I mean, it's fine to say you're Peruvian American. I'm not one of those guys you just have to say. You can't say the ethnic thing. That's kind of silly. But becoming a citizen of another country, you can hold a gun to a person's head. They shouldn't do it. I don't know.
I did get a response from Devlin as well, if you want to read that.
Yeah.
He says, Pastor Devlin back, he says, would never take citizenship of any of the 20 war zone nations I minister in. Why trade a sirloin steak for a bowl of gruel? I suspect the new pope renounces U.S. citizenship due to his ideological Marxist views.
So does he still have U.S. citizenship?
I think he does.
He still does. Oh, boy. And Trump, now Trump is not paying full attention to this at this point. Trump said, oh, the excitement. He's an American. Oh, boy. Here we're going to, that was the initial statement.
I think it
that he
is
put out.
exciting. We should celebrate.
Yeah.
How
many popes do you get in your life?
Right. Well, he's not
Handful?
an American. He's not an American in any sense. He's Peruvian. That's what he's identified
He was born
with.
in Chicago.
Went to Nova.
Right. I
Let
understand
me
that. Right.
phrase it this way. I went out to Indiana for high school and then
Right.
went out for Indiana University. I was a Hoosier for a while, but I've always considered myself a Philadelphian.
Right.
You know, like I feel like I can consider myself some Indiana and some Philadelphia, but proudly call myself a Philadelphian.
Sure, I think you can. You can go home again on that. It's just
So
that
he can come home again and call himself an American.
No, there's a primacy to this. You have to make a choice. It's like, oh, I was married to Maisie. I was in a drilling operation for a few months, met a woman there and said, what the hell, I'll marry her too. It's being a bigamist. You're a country bigamist. There you go. I see it like a marriage.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why you would ever want to give that up. If you do,
Birthright citizenship is the main reason.
People love polygamy.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so you can get in on this at 855-839-1210. Hit us with Lenny's the winner. Hit us with a few more. Something British, the UK. Now, the story, of course, has drowned out. The media loves that. But I'll go back to it again. Are you aware with this deal? And I led off the show, just a couple of statistics on it. The UK will now have $5 billion of exports, will export $5 billion. The tariff will be $6 billion that we'll get. The tariffs on most things going in, American products going into the UK were 5.1%. Now they're 1.8%. That's a big difference. The British UK coming here were 3.4% tariff. Now it'll be 10%. With cars, I think they get a break there with some of their fancier cars. You know, there's little things in there. Trump is being criticized for taking credit, saying this is a minuscule deal. That's what the media is going to do on this. The markets, where it counts, are reading it otherwise. And I hope that India, something like that, is next. The Pope story, though, it is rare. And Henry tracked down Pope Leo XIII, was a big, quote, social justice warrior. This Pope took Leo XIV. I think that's a pattern. Some of his writings, what he's talked about, that we've talked about, are in the mode of Pope Francis. No surprise, Latin America, climate, migrants. Are you tired of hearing about the migrants from anybody? I don't care if it's Dolan. I don't care if it's a Pope. I don't care if any figure in the world that's doing that. It's not meanness. It's about Americans saying whatever Dolan would say, this is ridiculous. We're being overwhelmed here. There's no handle on crime. There's no handle on the money being spent on this, and we're not going to take it anymore. Now, that's not being mean. That's solely saying America first. Can there be meanness? Sure, there's some people, and I'll call it out, when they go out of their way just to attack. But this guy appears to be ideologically bent toward those things. And you can look it up, Pope Francis' first encyclical. I had Rick Santorum on. We were at the golf course over in Phoenixville that Henry and I talked about recently, that Phoenixville, just eminent domain from a bunch of veterans and others who love playing there, meeting, having coffee. We brought you that show, and Santorum was on with me. We talked at that point. Francis was only in office for a little bit. His first encyclical dropped, and he actually attacked air conditioning. Come on. Air conditioning? So that's the vibe we're hearing from this Pope. Why chosen? Well, Francis put in, I think, 80 of the 133 who voted. And there is a hint of the priest scandal here, including a story of saying a convicted priest could still live near a school. Why would they look past that? Well, you got a lot of other stuff. And will this say to the American church, wow, we finally have an American? I don't think this guy is. You don't take another citizenship and get to be called an American. Do you agree with me or not? Is that too harsh? I think Dan's in the camp that says, yeah, you can do that because you're going there, you want to please the people and all that. That's fine. You're making that choice. I just don't think you can ever do it, though. There's something so off-putting to me that I have trouble looking past it. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board. You know, it's so important, and thanks to Martin today, coaching the cabinet guys through by phone, putting back our water source. That's big because families have to have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all natural water. Not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, fantastic. They'll come out to your home, test your water, recommend solutions that make sense for you. Just contact Martin Water Conditioning today. Trust me, Dwayne is our guy coming over now, routine maintenance. Love what he does, and they love showing you that water test. Click on martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you.
Experience class.
I've got you.
Escape the ordinary.
Under my skin.
And let the music play.
But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop.
With Sid Mark and Frank Sinatra.
Because I've got you under my skin.
The legend continues. Sunday with Sinatra with Sid Mark. Sundays 11 till 1. Presented by the Crash Proof Retirement Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family & Company Jewelers has it all. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. Their showroom offers so many beautiful gift ideas, a huge selection at every price point for this Mother's Day. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift she will love. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Broadcasting live from the Piazz Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Josh Barton, the guy that we use for betting odds on things like the Pope, says that this was good for the bookies. Or at least he has a quote up here because, this Pope was a 40-1 odds on May 8th. The papal named Leo had the 4th lowest odds on the board behind Francis, Pius, and John at 8-1. Bettors were taking the over for rounds of voting at 4.5, so the under hit for BetLine. Additionally, here's where Henry, who bets, says this is going to be contended. The continent of the new Pope was a winner, as North American was listed with 9-1 odds, second to last odds. Finally, the odds of 3-2 for the next Pope being younger than 70. Cash, barely younger than 70, meaning he's got a long time, hopefully, to be Pope. But to me, yes, technically he's North American, but the draw was not that. The draw was Peruvian, Latin, follower of Pope Francis.
Yeah,
that's the draw.
That's where I want to know how they determine that. Is it place of birth? Is it,
Yeah, that's what
where,
they're
where
going
you,
by.
your current citizenship?
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
I would, if I had a bet slip for South America, I'd be PO'd. I'd be calling the sports books right now and be like, give me my money back. Where's my winnings?
To me, this is Conclave. They're not kidding anybody. This guy's the Pope Francis, but they get the wrapper that he's American. That's a great headline that they're putting out. All right, let's go to Bill in Pottstown on Talk Radio 1210. Bill, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. I don't want to say I'm going to disagree with you outright, but the guy's been Pope for about 3 hours, and his way of thinking may change now because now he's the Pope. They said that about Francis. He thought one way, and once he became Pope, he thought a little bit differently.
Well, Bill, but wait a minute, Bill. That's not true. He's a liberation theologist. Francis was, and he always was. I just can't read it that way.
Okay. Well, let me give you 2 examples of how God can have a say. We're as men. I can't say about women, but as men, we're young and we lead a crazy life, and then we get married, and that has an effect on us. And on most of us, I'll say that, we change our lives. But I'll give you a real close example. About 5 years ago, my youngest son, who's in his 30s, was married and was involved in a motorcycle club, and my wife and I prayed for him. Now, about 2 years ago, about 2 or 3 years ago, his life changed. Now he's studying to be a theologian. Okay?
Wow.
So here's a guy who, put the cross upside down, wanted nothing to do with God, and now his whole life exists around God. So I'm going to give this guy a little bit of leeway, and I don't want to have Pope the deranged syndrome, but see how he works out.
Well, it's fine to do that, but I differ with you. Okay, why did these cardinals elect him, do you think?
Well, it's like Dolan said. God's chosen the Pope. We just don't know who he is yet. Maybe this is the guy. But I'm going to give him a chance.
Well, that's fair to do it. But as I see it, what I have to do is call him as I see them. And what I see here is a guy who is in the Francis mode. You hear the writings, you hear the tone, and he's going to be talking about the migrants. I don't want to hear about the migrants, Bill. Right away, you're out. I'm tired of it. I think the average American in the last election said, no, you're not going to hit us spiritually. You're not going to hit us with mean. We're being overrun by this. We don't want to hear it.
Well, I wouldn't want you either. But I'm going to give the guy a little.
Okay.
I'm going to give him some leash there and say, okay, show me that you're not that way. And if he is, then we're going to have to live with that. He's going to lead the church that way. But I'm going to give him a little leeway. And I don't know if you're a member of the Knights of Columbus or not, but are you by any chance?
No, I am not, Bill. No.
Okay. When they used to do their third degree back a while back, this goes back about 30 years, they said something to us about priests. And they said, we wonder why we don't have priests, young men wanting to become priests. And the example they gave us was, we come home, we're eating dinner, and we're bad-mouthing our pastors and our priests about, Father's homily this, Father's homily that. And it's like kids grow up thinking, why the hell would I want to become a priest when people are going to bad-mouth me? And our kids were young, and we stopped doing that. And we've had 3 different pastors at our parish. Each contributed something. Mm-hmm. I can't say that I liked each one outright, but I gave them a chance, and turned out they were great. And now look at my one son. Now he wants to become a theologian. So,
well, that is a beautiful thing, Bill. The last thing that you said. But look, in this role here, I am not. It's not that I have to wait to see all this stuff. I'm looking at 2 things. I'm looking at the totality of what he's preached and what he's talked about. He's not going to turn away from that. I'm looking at his predecessor, and I see this in the mode. And I'm looking at how they're billing it. He's American too, okay? And I see where this is going. Now, if he changes and goes another way, as soon as I hear the migrants, that's it. We're tired of this. We are just tired of the lecturing and what this is all about. So I'm very glad for Bill's son. That is a tremendous story. And if you feel that you want to do that tomorrow when we talk about this some more, you're welcome to call in. I'm not saying you can't change on this, but I see where this guy is at this point. Why would he change his pope? I don't see that. And the story about God and the change, the marriage part of it, I think is often the woman. That's the major influence, that men are changed by great women. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you know what I'm thinking. I can only think of Roe in that. And that's the influence in life that changes you for the better almost every time. So marry someone like that. You're going to be much better off. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just 1 day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will.
How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, just kudos to Dan and Henry, who had the big find today of the Pope choosing the name. And I respect Bill of Pottstown. I'm thrilled that his son has turned to being interested in theology. But is it or is it not a tell with Leo XIV, given that Leo XIV was a big social justice guy? And yes, we're talking about justice for the poor, but we're also talking about the meaning of woke. And that's where this seems to go. It's certainly not going in a direction that I thought they might go. All right, let's go to Bill and Bucks, and then your calls. Let's get a winner here, too, on the lightning round. Hey, Bill, good afternoon.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Dom. Just wanted to update you about a possible rally for Fred Harron in Doylestown.
Okay. When?
It's not put together yet, but it's something we're working on, but the election might be in the way. Not sure. Okay? So
Yeah, I'd love to do that. And you told Henry flag waving, too. That's exactly what should go on. You know, and what do we do with a guy, Bob Harvey, if he would step up to the plate and call Trump Hitler or something, that's one thing. But saying it and dancing around it at the meeting is cowardly.
Exactly. Well, yeah, right. I know. But as far as him against Fitzpatrick, he doesn't have a snowball's chance. Right?
No, I would agree with you. Thank you, Bill. You had something for the Brits?
Oh, yeah, I certainly did. Yeah, I'm talking about a singer-songwriter from England. He had a record called Instant Karma, and on the label, it said play loud. On the opposite side, his wife had a song on there, and it said play soft. That would be John Ono Lennon.
All right. Thank you, Bill. I don't know. We played Yoko Ono. We didn't take him off. That's fine. Joe in Columbus. Joe, what do you think of the new Pope?
Dom, it remains to be seen. I mean,
okay.
Look who elected him, and look who elected Francis. Maybe one and the same.
That's my take, and I would be shocked. Anything can happen. I'd be shocked if we don't see more of that.
Yeah, prepare so it's not a surprise.
Yeah.
My side answer, and I'm probably going to give a plug to one of your sponsors. It's a good one, but you know the axiom: in order for comedy to be funny,
yes,
it has to contain an element of truth.
Right.
I always wondered why there wasn't as many Dr. Benzes in the United Kingdom as there are here.
Yeah.
And I keep going back to that Austin Powers movie, and my answer is those god-awful, ugly, rotten teeth.
They are bad. Bonnie Prince Charles, or King Bonnie Prince King Charles now. Joe and Exton, last word here on the Brits. What do you say, Joe?
Oh, yes. Hello, Dom. My British thing is the British anthem, God Save the Queen.
Absolutely. Long live the Queen, too, is a great thing that we, purloin it and we use it for anything, and even in America. I got to think up an angle on the side question with the dual citizenship. And just, that's been hard today. Henry, give me some potentials here.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I did like Joe in Columbus's answer of the bad teeth. I feel like no matter how you draw, whether it's an Austin Powers or if it's in a cartoon, I feel like bad teeth always comes into play.
Element of humor, yeah.
Yeah, and what you can hear it in the background now, but Joe said God Save the Queen, Joe of Exton. It's also a great Sex Pistols song as well.
All right. I'll go with the teeth. I'll go with Joe of Columbus.
Joe Columbus.
Joe, you go into the hat. And I take the guy who was it Bill from Pottstown who called and said give him some time. What we react to, though, is what we know and where it goes. Could we be wrong? Could this Pope make a startling turn on the road to Damascus, so to speak? I doubt it. He's been installed there because of what his background is and where he's going to go with this. And the trigger words are climate and migrants. And adding he's the first American Pope, which he was born in Chicago. All right, I'll let you figure that one out. Rich C. always next with 4 Big Hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands